Sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Here we go.
Boom, 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 boom. Hey guys, so welcome to another live. Now, Charmaine isn't with me today. She's traveling. She's off traveling to Vernon there. Like I said, we're in BC, British Columbia. Beautiful British Columbia. Not so much of a sunny day today, but it's still a nice day out there. So anyways, you guys, welcome to the live for who's ever here for now and whoever comes in. We're going to be talking about, of course, Lily and Jack. And but before we get into that, I want to talk about some couple cases quickly, if you don't mind. And that will be Suzanne Morphew. So for every mother out there, happy Mother's Day tomorrow. Suzanne Morphew disappeared on May 10th, today, 5 years ago. They ended up recovering her remains last year. Her husband was charged. And then because of basically lack of evidence, they basically pulled back and Barry Morphew was released. That would be the husband of Suzanne Morphew. That case is near and dear to my heart, like many others. But that one specifically, as I was looking into Delphi, I kind of got veered off to the Suzanne Morphew case because this was just a beautiful aura. You could see she disappeared on Mother's Day. It was very strange. She disappeared on Mother's Day and the daughters were off in a different state camping, whatever. The husband went to work in Broomfield. And basically bottom line is, you know what? Barry Morphew, it's just a matter of time, hopefully, that Suzanne Morphew gets her justice. And I will show you a clip of that in just a minute from a clip of a couple years ago. What really sickened me about this case, and sickens me whenever I see this, to be honest with you. Hi, Miss Dog Lover. Hi, Sharon Parker, and everyone else that comes in. What really sickened me about the Suzanne Morphew case, and like I said, others, it always bugs me when a family member is missing and yet you don't really see any postings or they don't utilize their avatar to show that parent or that family member that's missing. You would think that when a loved one in your family is missing and stuff like that, that you would think that the daughters, instead of posting themselves in their little itty bitty bikinis as they were vacationing, would put up their mother's photo and stuff like that. Anyways, the daughters, to be honest, really sickened me during this case because you would think that that they truly would care about their mother that was missing. But you know what? As children, if you want to believe the dad because you're too close to it and can't see with your blinders off, that seemed to be the case. But it was more the fact with Suzanne's case is that this beautiful mother, you can tell, just a very caring mother, loved her daughters. One was closer to her mother and the other one was closer to the father. But you would think that they would be, have had at the time, posting up pictures. Now, of course, Suzanne's body was recovered. Like I said, I think it was last year sometime there, but no charges have been brought in against Barry Morphew. And so, you know what? I'm just going to start off by playing a clip of that from 2 years ago. Like I said, today is her 5-year anniversary from the day that she disappeared on a bike ride where the bike was like tossed over right near her home on this little bridge. And anyone that was following the case knows that that's just a bunch of BS. And it was just a concocted story, perhaps maybe like the one that we're going to get into. Who knows? Anyways, I do want to show that though. So 1 second here. It's, let's see, share screen right here. Okay. So this is like 5 minutes and 30 seconds, guys. But again, this is a case that I've followed. It's a case that also, Plunder and Donna Serafina, Sweetie Pie Low, Duty Ron, Profiling Evil. A lot of people there that definitely had followed the story, still follow the story. Lauren Sharf was a huge part from Fox News there of following the story. And so 5 years ago today, but I'm just going to play this part for you. Actually, let me just save this for a second. Update layout. Then I'll make the screen bigger and I'll make this bigger. 1 second.
Her mother vanished on Mother's Day 3 years ago. Her husband Barry had been charged with murder, but he's now suing prosecutors after they dropped all charges last year. Now, Reshef has an exclusive interview with Morphew and his daughters. Good morning, Ariel.
Good morning to you guys. Barry Morphew says his life is ruined. That $15 million civil suit accuses prosecutors and law enforcement of lying and withholding evidence, focusing only on Barry Morphew and humiliating him. But authorities tell us they didn't drop the charges because they thought Barry was innocent. They felt they didn't have enough evidence to convict without Suzanne's body.
This morning, demands for justice for Suzanne Morphew, 3 years after the Colorado mom mysteriously vanished on Mother's Day in 2020. Authorities believe she is dead, her body never found, now officially classified a cold case.
Somebody in this community needs to keep her name out there.
Suzanne's husband, Barry, initially charged with first-degree murder and tampering with evidence, but those charges dropped just before his trial. Now Barry and his daughters Macy and Mallory are speaking exclusively to ABC News, claiming his life has been ruined by false accusations.
What have these last 3 years been like for you?
Very, very sad. Very confusing.
Just so traumatic. Like literally our worst nightmare.
Did you have anything to do with the disappearance of your wife?
Absolutely not. It's very hurtful to lose your reputation and your integrity.
Barry filing a $15 million civil suit against prosecutors, the sheriff, and several investigators.
So I know that 15 million is a huge number, but I don't think that.
Actually gonna stop that there. Mind you, this is Good Morning News. They always copyright strike, to be honest with you. Probably get a not a copyright strike, but a copyright claim for it. Let me go back though, just to, okay, so that's Barry Morphew, of course, right? This innocent husband, the one that put out the whole video. Oh, Suzanne, we miss you so much. We miss you so bad. We just want you to come home, okay? Chris Watts, typical narcissist, typical, playing the victim. He knows exactly what he did. And his daughters, it hurts so much. Shut the front door on that one. I'm sorry. But again, if you really truly cared about your mother, you would have been proactively putting her thing out that she was missing. Instead, you guys go off on a vacation and stuff like that. It was just ridiculous. So we want to remember Suzanne, unfortunately. Now, it did come out, I do want to say, hold on, I just want to find the picture of Suzanne. Where is she? That's her good friend there. Okay, there's Suzanne. Now, it did come out through the course that Suzanne had one of these spy pens. And so apparently, okay, and I don't approve of this, but, she was cheating. I'm not going to say Barry's innocent of that himself, but you can tell right from the start of this. This was one of those things that it was out of Indiana where they lived there originally, and then they moved to Colorado. Okay, and it was kind of in line with the whole Delphi thing, to be honest with you, and that's why kind of a lot of people were looking at Barry Morphew if he was the BG at the time. But anyways, so they moved to Colorado. They'd been together for a long time. He's your typical controlling, narcissistic personality. Basically, if I can't have her, nobody's having her. She had a cancer for her checkup on her cancer appointment on that Monday. Of course, she disappeared on the Sunday, right? And one of those things is that, you know, how your GPS, can track your movements, but Barry there, I think he said he was hunting gophers that day in the house, because it was like ping, 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 ping. And then, of course, they found the syringe or the thing, when you, what's it called? Like when you sedate an animal, a tranquilizer, a piece of the tranquilizer in the dryer. Anyways, bottom line is, Suzanne Morphew, prayers to you. 5 years it's been to this day. And I pray for justice for Suzanne Morphew. And that's simply that, just remembering Suzanne. Thanks, Anne Marie. Very much so. I never forget about Suzanne's case. That one absolutely followed it. A lot of us did. Totally, by the end of it, drained me. It consumed my every thought about this case because, you simply knew that the husband, this was a case where the husband, okay, the only time he would speak is when he was being attacked. You never really heard him reference to Suzanne, but he would only come out of the woodwork, like a total narcissist when they're being attacked. And instead of talking about the missing wife and all this stuff, he's just more going on, kind of like what Christopher Proudfoot does. Same idea. The narcissist that comes out, blah, 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 and they don't see past their own crap. Simple as that. And what is transparent to other people, they think that they're trying to pull the wool over your eyes. But I just pray that one day that Suzanne does get the justice that she absolutely deserves. Again, her body was recovered last year in Colorado. I can't think of the exact place at the time right now, but it was it about an hour or two, a couple hours away. Anyways, in basically like this desert area. Can't think of the name, but anyways, I felt impacted by it and frustrated. We're still waiting for justice. Absolutely. So again, a very near and dear case to the heart. So that's the first case. And you guys, we are going to get into, of course, Jack and Lily in just a few moments. But also, I just want to, of course, let's see here. We'll take down Suzanne. Stop screen. And share screen. And before we move on, I just want to, just give me a second, image file. And where are you? Where are you, Sebastian? Oh, my mouse doesn't want to scroll down properly. Okay. And of course, we do want to mention, of course, Sebastian Rogers. This is an ongoing case still where Sebastian just up and vanished. But we all know that nobody just vanishes, that the truth is out there. And the truth for Jack and Lily will come to fruition. Now, Sebastian's case, February 25th of 2024, was the last known sighting of Sebastian Rogers. Again, apparently he just disappeared magically, and there's no camera footage. They live in a pretty well-to-do neighborhood there, and in Tennessee, Hendersonville to be exact. And there's just nothing. Like, there's literally just nothing. Christopher Proudfoot is the stepdad, and Seth Rogers is the biological father. So if anyone's not following this case, this is a very intriguing case, to say the least. And it's sad to say that, but that's exactly what this is. It's a missing persons case. But at the end of the day, this is somebody's child. Now, Seth Rogers, again, who is the father, who lives about an hour away in Clarksville, he's been proactively ever since Sebastian's been missing. Proactively, he was boots on the ground searching. He's brought up his YouTube channel because he had a little one, just a couple videos on it. But, now he's just trying to keep his son's name out there, keep the case alive. And honestly, like I said, that's what you call sincerity. That's what you call authentic and genuine, is Seth Rogers, the biological dad, that to this day, like I said, has never given up. He's fighting. He's always, talking. Him and Tony, either on their own this YouTube channel or other channels. And that's exactly what a parent is supposed to be doing, right? It just goes without saying, to be honest with you. Now, on the other hand, Christopher Proudfoot being the stepdad, everyone knows that Christopher Proudfoot, he double talks, he lies. We all know that Katie Proudfoot, the mother, everything just doesn't mesh. Their stories aren't consistent. They look guilty, even if they're the most guiltiest innocent people. They absolutely portray themselves as not being truthful. And honestly, on the 1-year anniversary, there you go. You see Seth Rogers. He's wearing his son's shirt that he always has on, of Sebastian right there on the front. And I was actually very disappointed with when they did that 1-year anniversary with Christopher and Katie. There was like 2 interviews, and I didn't see either of them. So instead of, say, wearing a Sebastian shirt or holding Sebastian's picture during the interview, none of that happened. But instead, Mr. Narcissist Christopher Proudfoot, what does he wear? He wears a shirt that has the word, like, what was it? Pig something on it, right? And for a fact that he wore that shirt on purpose because it was one of those, subliminal messages where you're like, this is for you losers out there that are calling me all this stuff. And honestly, it's an absolute total drastic 180 or 360, 180, whatever you want to call it, to what Seth Rogers is doing to actually look for his son. And then we're going to get to this case of Jack and Lily and go over that. There's okay, so let's just finish off with Sebastian Rogers. So he disappeared, like I said, February 25th of 2024. If anyone has any information, of course, please reach out to the Crime Stoppers tip line and or call, of course, the Hendersonville Police Department. But anyways, Sebastian Rogers case, another huge impact, on the heart, as it is with any child's case. It doesn't matter. These are just beautiful children. And at the end of the day, with Sebastian, praying for Seth, praying for the fact that Sebastian is still out there somewhere, the chances are very slim. But still, this one has a very slim chance, but still a chance of remaining hopeful. But it just doesn't look good. But regardless, a parent deserves answers. And that's the worst impact that any parent doesn't, to me, out of all things, to have a loved one go missing and you don't know if they're dead or alive, and it's got to be to wake up every day knowing that, like this child is yours, and to ever feel that impact is something I wish, like, I'm glad that I've never had to feel, but I feel as a deep empath for just the hurt and agony that they must face every day waking up, for the people that did not have any involvement in Sebastian Rogers or any other child's disappearance, for sure. Thank you for subscribing, Pauline McLean. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. And again, for anyone that is new here, you have a right to have your opinion. Just be respectful and kind, basically. Other than that, you're good to go here. We just try to stick with the facts, but of course, we will always talk about red flags and speculation on cases as well, without it trying to be too hurtful to family members that see this. But in saying that, when it comes to Sebastian's case, like I said, that one's hard because Christopher Proudfoot, who is not the biological dad, really, to me, has done a lot of damage to this case. And Katie Proudfoot, the mother, has done no favors by how the lack of interviews, the lack of basically someone that's, it's like pulling teeth to get information, and you shouldn't have to, right? If you genuinely have nothing to do with your child's disappearance or have no knowledge of it, the truth should just be easy to say, right? You just spit it out, give out the information, not have to pull teeth. And then why, say in Christopher Proudfoot's case, why would you feel the need to make a joke almost out of Sebastian Rogers' case and go on to these lives and care more about yourself than you do about representing this child, and then go on and pretend in a different voice that you're somebody else? And he just does stuff like that. That is a true narcissist, at its finest. So why would you do stuff like that? If you care so much about this child, why do you care so much more about yourself and by being deceptive and lying? Why would you lie about taking a polygraph test at the time when you didn't? And you just take people as if we're idiots. But you're the idiot, actually, Christopher Proudfoot, for actually thinking, well, you got some people that might be, okay, not true enough, but for actually thinking that we're going to believe, in anything that you say, considering your lies just catch up with you because you forget them. You forget because you hop on too many channels that you kind of forget. Okay, so let's go. Hi. Okay. Simone Ormrod. That is my mother-in-law from England. Catching a lie of it. Hi, Mama Bear. Hi, Jace. How are you? And no. So Mother's Day is in March in England. I don't know why they ruined it. It's in May for us over here. But I always forget that. I was just saying to my husband yesterday, I was like, oh, right. It's Mother's Day tomorrow. And he's like, and I was like, oh, yeah, right. But they celebrate it in March. It's one of those odd days that they sell it totally a different month than we do. Anyways, thank you, Mama Bear, for the super sticker. Okay. So, let's see here. So let's go back to, let's start off with this because we got a few things to go through here. But one of the things that I do want to say is that there's a lot of information out there right now that is false. People are trying to say that Daniel Martell basically has been, they issued a warrant on the house and they found drugs and that he's been under arrest. And it's almost like this whole post, and I'll show you it in a few minutes here. Actually, maybe I'll show it now. Let's see here. But just like last night, I'm going to show you a couple posts actually. Why people do this? There's Charmaine. Hi, Charmaine. I wish you were here with me. You tell Ian that on there. Okay. Image file. So we'll go back to this one from last night. Let me just pull that one out. Why doesn't my mouse want to work good for me today? Doesn't want to scroll. Doesn't want to scroll so good today. Come on now. Let's go. This one here, I think it is. Yes. Okay. So Leona Hardington Campbell. I was taking a look at her Facebook page, and it was a page. Her Facebook page was a page about caring. And I said, I was going to send a message, that said, why would you post this? Could you explain, please? As soon as I hit enter, it said, this person's messenger cannot accept new people, new messages, or blah, 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 blah. Well, probably turned it off because she was probably getting just inundated, I wouldn't doubt, with a bunch of messages, because this was false. I was kind of hoping that it would be true, but then by the same token, that also meant that if it was true, that it probably, obviously Jack and Lily, which I don't believe most of us believe they're alive at this point anyway, and neither do the RCMP. But anyways, the kids were found. Will not update till the morning. God bless. Waited for that update to come. Guess what? Didn't come. That's not true. So false information. Okay. And I don't know. Oh, look at, see, now there's Jace. Jace is like, you know what, Simone, move over. I want to donate to Sunny. So Jace, of course, is my mother-in-law's, what do you want to call you? Better half? Worst half? Anyways, my in-laws, I guess that's the word I'll use. My in-laws. I love them very much. They're amazing people. Very kind, and very funny. Anyways, thank you, Jace. Yeah, big hugs to you. Okay, so basically we got the Fandango from England in the house. Hi, Sunny's in-laws. Yeah. Okay, now the second post that I removed that I want to show you that's out there is this one, image file. I'm the significant other. Or is it insignificant other, Jace? Nah. One thing about my husband's family, you know what my husband always does to his mom when he sees her, though? Like when we're out there, he freaking taps her forehead and is like, well, how can I miss it? You got 3 of them. Just like he says to my husband, will say to me, I'll be like, you know, husband, can you, because like sometimes I'll get hairs. My husband created more hairs, right? And I'll be like, husband, can you pluck those little random hairs? And he's like, off my chin. And he's like, well, which chin? Oh, the third one, husband. The third one. But the one thing about my husband, there is the sarcastic and very humorous, very funny. That's what I missed. Yeah. Like my ex-husband's family, honestly, Newfoundland, church going, don't swear, don't drink, don't smoke. You don't do nothing. It's not my way. You have to have a sense of humor in life, you know? And so that's what I love. I love being around people that can have definitely a sense of humor. Life's too short to be that uptight in life. You know what? You can sit there. Oh, hey, accidentally hit my camera. I went down. One sec. Is that too high? Back a little. Good enough. Oh, see, got my heart shirt on. Looks like almost from this level, it looks like it's circling like a brassiere, doesn't it? It does, kind of. Anyways, so this one right here, okay, it says the RCMP has confirmed, and this is in prayers for Jay and I guess Jack and Lily. The RCMP have confirmed that police executed a search warrant at the home shared by the children's mother, Michaela Brooks, and her boyfriend, Daniel Martell. During the search, police seized suspect drugs and charged Martell with possession for the purpose of trafficking and child neglect abandonment. Isn't that so funny, though? I guess Michaela in all of this is absolutely pure and innocent, you know? So anyways, there's nothing out there at all about any of this. Okay? What sick, twisted people, literally, like where do these people crawl out of? Seriously. These people that just want their 15 minutes of attention, you know, to make false reports and stuff like that. You don't think that the news would have been all over this? You know, had the RCMP had a search warrant, you don't think that their cameras aren't set up there waiting for stuff like this? You know, but it's really sickening and sad to know that people actually post this stuff. You know, what low-life piece of scum, honestly, do you have to be from the, you know what? I hope that when these people die and they go straight to hell, that, you know, they get burned and burned and burned at the stake over and over again. And however it works, I have no idea. All I know is that karma's a bitch. And when you sit there and you do something like this and make posts that are so unfactual and no basis to them, you know, and then it spreads throughout the internet because of, you know, these pieces of crap out there that do stuff like that. It's just sick and twisted to mess, you know, don't F with cats, don't F with children, don't F with old people, right? But to think that people actually do this is just really disgusting. So as for this post, there's no truth to this whatsoever. There is nothing that has come out, nothing that is seen by that. Okay. And hello, fellow UKers. Jackie Young, she's from the United Kingdom as well. Absolutely, Charmaine. I have no words to describe how much I despise those people who fake news. You know, Charmaine and me are like two peas in a pod this way. Yeah. We're very, you know what? Life has made us very strong in a sense and have our opinions. Why? Because we deeply care about cases. And so when we see stuff like, just like you guys, right? When you see stuff like this, my camera's still a little bit too high. Whoops. No, 1 second. 1 sec. Whatever. Deal with it. Hold on. Maybe I can. It's bugging me because my head's sitting above it. Whatever. Wow. Good enough. Because you know what, in life, like I said, you just try to be a good, decent person, right? I want to die knowing that I was a really decent, good person on this earth. You know, that's my purpose. That's my meaning of, life, is just to try to be as caring as possible. Not that I'm perfect, because I'm surely not. But you know what? I try to lead a very good life when it comes to morals and stuff like that. And Charmaine has that same passion, about her. Melissa, again, another person that is just tell it like it is. No, no fluff, no trying to, make something, more than it is, or, or take away from it. Just try to talk about cases with as much care and compassion as possible, because always and forever, it will always be about the victims first and foremost. As for the parents, they will always come second, behind the children that are missing, of course, and stuff like that. The property's backyard was all fenced in. No way these kids could climb that fence. Well, actually, if you see the overview, Kim, there's a big ass opening in the fence, like, as if like a gate, basically. That's an open that was never there. So it's not fenced in. The kids could easily have gotten out, but do I believe? But let's take, now that you say that, Kim, let's bring up. So we'll take this off stage for a second. And we'll take this off stage because we don't want false information out there. But we want to let you know that it is false. And let's see, I think it's on this Facebook one here. Present, share screen. Charmaine shared this with me earlier today. Share. Okay, so this is basically...
They see the entire porch, which appeared to be new, removed. This video could mean nothing. Video of the drive-by of the investigators at the Sullivan house has been released. It appears to show multiple vehicles in the laneway. One commenter alleges that the all-black vehicles are I-hit vehicles, which are the Homicide Investigative Unit team. Users allege that this team lifted up the trailer to inspect underneath it with flashlights and a police officer crawling under, as the stepfather Daniel stood by. People also think they see the entire porch, which appeared to be new, removed. This video could mean nothing, or it could mean everything.
Okay,
the full video of the drive-by of the investigators at the Sullivan house has been released. It appears to show multiple vehicles in the laneway. One commenter alleges that the all-black vehicles are I-hit vehicles, which are the Homicide Investigative Unit team. Users allege that this team lifted up the trailer to inspect underneath it with flashlights and a police officer crawling under, as the stepfather Daniel stood by. People also think they see the entire porch, which appeared to be new, removed. This video could mean nothing, or it could mean everything. Full video of the drive.
So, okay. So thanks, Charmaine, for sharing that. Me and her basically, as we're, looking through stuff, send each other the stuff. So thanks for that part, Charmaine. And okay. So there was a video I watched from Jennifer Coffindaffer, but I'll show it later. It's nothing to do with this case, but it's oh my God, it's crazy. So let's go to stop screen, share screen. Okay. I had to subscribe to this for 99 cents. Globe and Mail stuff. Okay. Okay, so today, you guys, this was put out by the Globe and Mail. 2 Nova Scotia children are missing. Here's a timeline of the key events since the siblings vanished. And of course, let me just go. Am I on this one? I'm on this one. Okay. So, of course, there's a picture of the front of the dilapidated, severely place. Okay. So Lily and Jack Sullivan, along with their mother, Michaela Brooks Murray, and baby sister Meadow, moved to the community 2 years ago into the childhood home of Daniel Martell, pictured. And so let's see here. The mysterious disappearance of 2 children from their mobile home in the rural Nova Scotia hamlet of Lansdowne has captured headlines around the world. It has been more than a week since the police and search rescue teams began scouring thickly wooded land and waterways, searching for any trace of 6-year-old Lily Sullivan. And note that you'll see Lily spelt 2 ways, guys. Now, the way I see Daniel Martell's family show it is with 2 L's. And I even seen Paula from Plunder, question that as well, going, I'm seeing it 2 ways. So not so sure about how, of course, Mahala's side of the family does it, but from Daniel's side, they all spell it with double L's, okay? Just FYI on that one. And so let's see here. Sullivan and her 4-year-old brother, Jack. The community is a far-flung corner of Pictou County, with the closest town a 15-minute drive away. A few local cars, logging trucks, and a big yellow school bus are usually the only traffic to be seen. A network of backcountry country roads that only locals know crisscross rivers and dense forests that's swarming with black flies. There's no cellular service. Many of the roughly 100 people who live in Lansdowne are related and have been there for generations. Lily and Jack, along with their mother, Michaela Brooks, we'll say Michaela Murray, and baby sister Meadow, moved to the community 2 years ago into the childhood home of Daniel Martell, who describes himself as the missing children's stepfather. The children's biological father, who is, by the way, is named Cody Lee Sullivan, has no contact with them. According to their family, Mr. Martell's mother also lives on the property in a dilapidated, there's a good word for basically a piece of crap property. Dilapidated camper with multiple cats and a dog. It overlooks the fenced-in yard where Miss Brooks, Murray, and Mr. Martell reported that they must have escaped from and wandered off. The following is a timeline of the search for the 2 missing children so far. And so then you guys can get the bird's eye view from, I guess, the swing set there on the property. The last day, Lily and Jack Sullivan attended Salt Springs Elementary, a small rural school about 18 kilometers bus ride from their home, which is about 20 minutes. There was no school the next day, and the children were kept at home May 1st and May 2nd, owing to illness, according to Mr. Martell. On May 2nd, at approximately 10 a.m., Mrs. Murray called 911 to report Lily and Jack missing. RCMP issued a vulnerable missing persons alert in Pictou County and asked for the public's help in locating the children, who they say are believed to have wandered off from home. Please do not issue an Amber Alert saying an abduction appears unlikely and the case does not meet the necessary criteria. So let's just play this since it's here.
The 6-year-old is the girl, I believe, and she's wearing pink. The 4-year-old is wearing some blue dinosaur boots. So, yeah, I think that's all we kind of have right now.
Here?
I asked the risk manager if he wants Constable Mason to depart there to go get some phone service to send those images or not.
Go somewhere and get service and get those photos sent off. Just make sure Mom stays close to the house there in case they happen to sneak out and get back into the house. Copy. And just for everyone's awareness, based on the profile, the children could have traveled at least 6 kilometers. So keep that in mind.
Sergeant Young, for your awareness, their media release has been put out and a non-intrusive alert has been sent out from Pictou County.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, I just want to double check. Could you guys hear that? I just want to make sure because I was playing that recording from that video. Could you guys hear it? Just let me know quickly. So if of course I hit another one, then you guys, I know you guys can hear it. And please don't forget, you guys, I'm not asking for the channel. I'm asking for the children. Please hit the like and the share button. Always when it comes to missing kids cases. Regardless, it's very important that so many people that don't know about it, hear about it, are aware of it, and any potential leads or anything like that. Thanks, Jackie. Appreciate that. Okay, so it said RCMP, and RCMP, for anyone that doesn't know that's not from Canada, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, issue a broadcast intrusive alert, a public cell phone notice that the children are missing to the people in I don't even know, Antigonish, Colchester, and Pictou counties. The Mounties Major Crime Unit becomes involved in the investigation. May 3rd, Miss Murray and Mr. Martell attend a briefing at the search and rescue headquarters on nearby Lansdowne Station Road. Mr. Martell and Mrs. Murray leave midway through the update to sit in the back of the ambulance. She departs with her mother, and Mr. Martell said he hasn't seen her since. She cuts off contact with him after this. So there's the name of the road right there. Okay, the children's home. Okay, so rain complicates the search efforts. As search and rescue teams work through the dense forest and boggy conditions, drones equipment with infrared technology are used at night to look for any traces of the children. May 4th, Mr. Martell speaks to the Globe and Mail about what happened on the morning the children went missing. And look at how they spell Lily this time. Okay, now it's with one L. Lily came into the room multiple times. I seen her that morning, and Jack was out playing in the kitchen, I'm guessing. And they slid open the back sliding door. It's almost like silent to hear it sliding. They slid it open. The boots were right beside the door, and they proceeded to, I'm guessing, playing outside. They must have got out through the backyard fence, and then they were gone. As soon as I seen they were gone, immediately I jumped in the car and did all the dirt roads and culverts, checked out the rivers and streams. As soon as I got home, 10 minutes later, I headed out on foot. The RCMP requests the help of the Nova Scotia Guard and provincially organized volunteer group to aid in the search. More than 160 people assisted by helicopter drones tracking dogs eventually take part in the effort to find the children in a heavily wooded area around the family's home. On May 5th, searchers find no signs of the children despite heavily scanning a 4 square kilometer area around their mobile home. A report that the child's boot print is found nearby sparks some focused search in that area. May 6th, police take Mr. Martell to Pictou County District RCMP detachment in the town of Stellarton, where he is questioned for 4 hours. He said he was asked to go over details and timeline to the minute to draw on maps where he thinks the children could be. They're easy on me because they know I'm telling the truth about everything. The chief of, however you pronounce that, whatever, nation. Okay, sorry for butchering that. I'm sorry, but a lot of these, some of these First Nation reserves have names that are beyond my control of speaking them. Michelle Glasgow addresses speculation around the case and asks people to refrain from jumping to conclusions or sharing unverified information, and it can complicate the efforts of the multiple agencies involving the ongoing investigation. She says that the children's maternal grandmother is a member of the Micmac, or however you say it, community, which all the reservations are actually, like, in a sense, they're all part of the Micmac community. But like I said, like, there's 4 that are specifically of the one that the First Nation, that Siknik one on there. Sorry for butchering it. Maybe one day I'll put it into Google and ask how to say it. Amy Hansen of the Colchester County Ground Search and Rescue say that the search has been exhausting and thorough despite the difficult terrain, and the volunteers are not giving up hope in finding the children. I always like timelines. I love timelines. So thank you to Globe and Mail. In the morning, RCMP arrived at the home and asked Mr. Martell to hand over his phone, which he did. When asked about how the police are investigating the children's disappearance, maternal grandmother Cindy Murray tells the Globe, "We're not discussing anything right now. The police told us not to." We'll see how that all turns out at the end when all this truth comes out. We'll see. RCMP scaled back the search, and Lily, oh, now they spell Lily with 2 L's. And Jack acknowledging it's unlikely. I guess they're trying to do 50-50. Who knows? It's unlikely the children are still alive. Exactly. We're not packing up and we're not giving up, says Staff Sergeant Curtis McKinnon, District Commander of the Pictou County District RCMP. Mr. Martell said he handed over some of the children's stuffed animals to RCMP at the request of Mrs. Brooks Murray, Lily's white unicorn, and Jack's blue dinosaur. He said he also gave the police the baby's white giraffe and the mom's pink bear. Mr. Martell told the Globe that the police advised him that they were bringing in cadaver dogs and RCMP divers to search near Lansdowne Lake on May 8th. Oh my God. See, and then they put a picture of a little bucket there. Just breaks the heart, doesn't it? RCMP searched the dense forest behind the home in a helicopter. Plainclothes investigators arrived to speak with Mr. Martell. Basically, at this point, they just want to look at any tech that could help match up the phones that came into the yard, he said. That afternoon, a friend drives him to his Children's Protective Services office in Stellarton, where he requests to see the 16-month-old daughter, but is denied. As of now, I can't be around Meadow, he said during an interview the following day. With the kids going missing, Children's Protective Services wants to keep a tight leash on everything. Well, in all fairness. School board staff say teachers and students at Salt Springs Elementary have been provided with psychologists, counselors, and other resource help with questions and providing calm coping strategies during this difficult time. Lily and Jack have been missing for more than a week. Mr. Martell says he's been exceedingly cooperative with investigators. I gave them everything from my phone. I asked for lie detector tests and drug tests. I'm the one trying to move this forward and give any information that I have. He adds that police are looking at the wireless router in the home to see who connected to the internet and at what times. A large RCMP truck is in the area. Mr. Martell says RCMP scoured Lansdowne Lake from above by helicopter and also went in the lake but found nothing. And okay, so basically that is the latest update as of yet. Sorry, and I'm on a different page, so I can't see chat as I'm doing this, even though it doesn't look like you guys are overly talking while I was doing that. Yes, what you guys go ahead. You guys put your thoughts about what you think happened in the chat. It's okay. Again, we're all allowed our opinions. Let me just take a look at the survey quickly, and let's just see where you guys are at. Okay, and close. Let's see here. So Lost in Woods so far out of 59 votes, 2%. Parent involvement is a high at 64%. Abducted 7%, and not sure, time will tell, is 27%. Okay, and let's see here. Hit the thumbs up. Yeah, absolutely. Again, please bring awareness. Doesn't matter what case it is. If you could, it all means a lot to the family members that truly are missing their loved ones and looking to find them. You know, everyone would want the same if it was something that happened in your life. And that's how I look at everything. How would you feel? What would you do if you needed somebody's help? So please have some the consideration to do it for other families as well, right? It's all about caring, kindness, and putting the information out there, because anything can help, you know, whether it's a tweet, Instagram, whatever. It all matters, okay, when it comes to missing children and just trying to find, you know, out the information. Let me just see here for a second. Just want to see. Okay, you know what? I'm going to play this little just because I need to get a drink, and I'll be right back. But I'm going to play this again in clips. So I want to go over this. Okay, actually, let me read this message quickly. In my information, harm came to the children and perhaps a collective cover-up. Just seeing now that there is a fairly new porch and the back fence also seems to be under repair and put up to says to me as well. Actually, let me just, I want to take, we'll take this down for a second. And let me just bring up some pictures of the yard here. I'll specifically, let me see. Just trying to see. Okay, so, well, the first one here. Thank you, Explore Core. So that's this sliding door that doesn't make noise. Okay, so that's, you know, my thing. My still thing is this. There's a couple things here. Is that this is obviously a very rundown, dilapidated piece of yard that has no care or love for this property. Okay, it's just basically what we would typically call a hunk of shit. And so to me, when you see the outside, lots of times you can only imagine what the inside looks like as well. I myself feel like the reason that they knew what the kids exactly were wearing is because they probably never ever entered their pajamas, and they were probably in the same clothes that they had on the night before. And Jack's diaper was, well, I mean, he would have been trained by this point, right? Well, no, wasn't he in Huggies or something? Didn't they say he was in pull-ups? Pull-ups. 4 years old in pull-ups, eh? Huh. Okay. But anyway, so that's my thing on this, is that it's pretty easy to probably guesstimate what they were wearing if they're in the same darn clothes that they were, and if the puddle jumper boots are. But again, we don't know if they disappeared truly on Friday, if they disappeared on Thursday. Only, of course, the police would know that, or any family members that are in the know of information. Whether or not this grandma that lives on the property had seen the children at all. This is one of those oddities, definitely, with this case. Because why is it that the mother abandons ship in a sense, or gets kicked off the property? Doesn't matter. You know, this for me is somewhat reminding me of this whole somewhat Christopher Proudfoot Katie with Sebastian Rogers thing. You know, is that you hear nothing really from the mother, and yet this person that's not even the biological father is the one speaking. But is it truly genuine, or is it a pretense, you know, and a Chris Watts thing where it's like, yeah, give me a polygraph. Yeah, do this, do that. But, you know, the truth will come out. Because what's strange about the whole story is that if two people are trying to give the same story, which they seem to be doing, whether it's a very true story or not, it's, you know, obviously they're both part of it then. Like if you're both saying that you were lying in bed, you know, in and out of consciousness, you woke up, Lily came in the room a few times, and you could hear Jack in the kitchen. So what happened to disintegrate that relationship that day, right? Was there blame being placed? You know, was there perhaps a party on the Thursday night? But we'll get it, of course, back into that again. What are we seeing? An uptick in poof cases, or yeah, I know. Well, there's hi Sharon Marlowe. Honestly, you know, I don't understand how, with technology being as advanced as it is, I'll tell you, it's not lessening the cases out there. I'll tell you that much. I don't know if people are just dumb and dumber and dense, but when it comes to a cell phone and stuff like that, I also think it happened before I said. Very strong possibility. You know, we don't know. Obviously, I feel like with this case, I don't see it being one of these prolonged cases like Sebastian Rogers or some of these other cases. I actually feel like this case is going to rather quickly have answers to it myself. The unfinished fence is to the left. Yeah, let me just see if I have that picture there. I got quite a few pictures here. Let's just take a little boo. Get off there. Remove. Let me look for another one. Image file. Let's see here. It's like I got these pictures. 1 second. Got these. Does this one show it? No, that's not the best way. Does this one show it? It's hard to see because it's small. No. Oh yeah, there you guys go. Right right there where that small blue tent is at the bottom, or that slide is at the bottom of the screen. You guys see the opening right there, right? I know there's a better angle of it where it literally shows it, but you guys can see it, yeah? On there, too many inconsistencies. She did remove her Facebook, at least hid it anyway. Well, I mean, it could be true. Chantal, like, meaning, you know, she could have taken it down and then brought it up and changed certain things and stuff like that. Maybe she had a couple accounts, who knows? Definitely reminiscent of the Proudfoots in a lot of ways to me. Different cases, to be honest with you, you know, because, you know, when you're seeing what we're seeing, okay, whether you believe it or not, what we're still seeing is we're seeing Daniel Martell, of course, being proactive in talking, and he's doing and saying the things that we should hear. Reaching out, asking for help, saying if anyone has information, keeping the focus, say, about the children and stuff like that. But we're not seeing the mother do that. Instead, what we saw was an interview with the mother that was very awkward, didn't sound like, it just didn't ring truthful at all. It didn't come off as genuine. Now, that's only my perception, but a lot of people, you can tell, you know, it's like I said, when you're telling the truth, it comes off like just a fluid story, right? As you're saying it. I know that the news can chop up pieces and bits and stuff like that, but every section of her interview, to me, it just didn't ring truthful. It just didn't come across. But by the same token, if they're both claiming that they were in bed and that the children were, or at least Lily was coming in and out, and Jack was there, and you know how the mom is basically making it seem like, okay, that they're the best parents, that they know that they can't go outside, and you know, and that could be true, but honestly, I'm sorry, when I judgmentally see a home that looks like this, instantly I have been around, and I'm sure you guys have too. You know, when you go into somebody's home and it's a piece of shit, and they got kids, and the kids are usually filthy and in diapers, and they're dirty and unkept, and lands like this, stuff like this. And, you know, usually it always mimics the inside of the home as well. And usually it mimics the lifestyle. In my head, I'm picturing that these kids had a lot of sick days from school, because I feel like this is your kind of like, basically, I want to call it the lazy household. The one where they can't be asked to clean up a yard, you know, not to take away that, you know, maybe perhaps Daniel's a hard worker. I think he's in lumber or something like that. You know, but it's like, it's more sporadic. Not sure if she did anything or does anything or collects welfare. Not really sure. Usually that's most of the times the case. Half the time is that they're on assistance of some sort, stuff like that. This is just guesswork on my part. But when she mentions like about autism, like low-level autism, but they've not been diagnosed, great. So what did you do? Sit there on Google and decide that your kids are falling behind, and you decided to check mark off your little list that these kids have some sort of low-level autism? Or is it the fact they're not properly getting parenting properly at home, and is why they're falling back in school and stuff like that? You know, but then your head's kind of wonders, well, if they are missing school a lot, you know, usually sometimes the teachers involve themselves and call CPS, do welfare checks on the home if they feel like children maybe aren't being properly, you know, taken care of and stuff like that, you know. But and the thing is that I don't want to, this is just assuming, okay, you know, it's putting my own assumptions on what I feel about the environment here. And usually that encompasses the inside is dirty, that, you know, probably a lot of laziness going on. And I don't really believe that the children aren't allowed to go outside without one of them out there. I don't believe that for a second. And the reason I personally don't believe that is because, look, they're on this big lot, okay? Barely any vehicles go by. Okay, you guys have seen the main road, all the trees, right? We're talking about Canada here, you guys, especially in Nova Scotia and we got trees galore. And there's a big difference from their home to their neighbor's home. So to sit there and think that these kids weren't allowed to play in the backyard without them being out there, I'm going to have to call BS on that one. I think that the kids were allowed to play outside and that the parents would be inside, and again, there's this whole big area. So I really can't see them being constricted. I'm sorry, but even the regular parents, usually, unless there's a pool in the backyard, usually a lot of them let their kids go out backyard and they don't think nothing about it. Usually when they think something about it is when something happens or an accident happens. Then all of a sudden, then the whole parenting. But because Mahela had said, like the kids, her sentence was strange. They're not the type of, they know not to go outside because basically we worry about them. We're there for them all the time when they're outside. We're really good parents. Less the shit house that we live in type of thing. No, not buying that. No, she actually didn't say that they were nonverbal. An aunt had said that they were nonverbal. She had actually said that they were very verbal. In fact, she said it so much, it took up at least a good minute and a half of that interview. But anyways, what I was going to play something for a minute. I said, oh, yes. Okay. So going back on point here to the fact that the RCMP and the Crimes Investigative Unit, all right, kind of like what they said at the press conference, they would have issued an Amber Alert if they felt like this was an Amber Alert case. But they don't believe that the children are alive. And due to evidence, they said, and the experts, that obviously, like they told us, if they thought that was the case, they would have issued an Amber Alert and had given us that information. But they don't believe that. Hence why an Amber Alert wasn't issued. And hence why they said that they don't believe that the kids are alive. Like Charmaine says, it's very rare, if ever, that you really ever hear of that being said during a press conference. But in this case, it was said. So that's the part I'm going to basically start playing there, where I can't think of his name, but the guy in the suit starts talking about, when somebody asks them about the children, if they think that they're alive. And basically his answer instantly was no. Like, no, just flung out of his mouth. Is who a Canadian girl? I'm not sure what you mean by that, Pat. So, me and Charmaine are Canadian girls. This is a Canadian story going on in Nova Scotia, Canada. Is that what you're referring to? Anyway, I'm gonna present video file. You talking about Summer Wells? Summer Wells is Tennessee. Oh no, I don't want to present video file. I want to present share screen. Okay, so we're gonna play this. Make sure volume's up. Volume up. Big screen on. Take this down. Yeah, Summer Wells. Here's another horrific case. You want to talk about a dump of a property? Oh my God. Disgusting. All right, let me hit play for this one. I think I'm on this one.
And the family has said they will bring it back.
DAMON is the last name. So Major Crime became involved very early in the investigation. We're able to bring in some specialized knowledge and skill sets, and we help with the information management and decision making. As we scale back, as we've identified, there are certain areas that are going to be relooked at that could contain a confined area perhaps, and maybe need some more specialized search areas. But I'll leave that to the search crews to expand on. And we're going to continue pursuing any leads or information that comes in, and the stuff that we do have. We have engaged in all areas of the RCMP. All tools that are available to us are being considered and engaged when appropriate.
Do you have a follow-up? Yeah, as a follow-up, then I guess the general population looks at it and says, "You've searched very thoroughly this area.
Mm-hmm.
You would have found them if they were there," which then makes people, certainly on social media, people are assuming, rightly or wrongly, that there's some criminal element to this.
Sure.
And can you? I know. What can you tell me about that? Your work on that potential.
Well, I can't really speculate on the investigation, obviously. That wouldn't be fair to the process. But we are constantly reviewing everything that's been done, looking at all different facets of available information, and we'll make decisions on that. I can't really comment on the details of that, but we will pursue every lead that becomes available and take it to where it needs to go. So.
Thank you. So is there a question? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, Nicholas again with CBC National News. You at first said it wasn't suspicious. You think the kids just wandered off. Now you're saying every missing person's investigation is considered suspicious. Is it still suspicious? Are there any suspects here?
Again, I'm not going to comment on the details of the investigation, but I will comment when somebody goes missing and we become engaged as any police officer, not just major crime, we will look at all the details and make considerations on the information we have, right? When it comes to a missing person, we have to automatically consider those are there people that have different charter implications and things like that. So we will automatically start to consider what evidence is pointing us towards a suspicious in nature. Again, I can't comment more than that, but every missing person case, we would approach it from the same process, a methodical collection and review of information with decisions based on that.
And the family has said they believe it's an abduction or they suspect it's an abduction. Are there now any clues or anything leading you to think that that might be possible?
If we had any information that led that way and we felt that we could provide anything with the public, we would have done that. We would have got that information out. We're working very closely with the family and we will pursue every avenue. But again, I'm not going to make any specific comments, but anything that would point towards that, we would immediately take steps to address things that need to be addressed.
Blair Rhodes with CBC. I think this question is most appropriate to Staff Sergeant. You talked about survivability. I was wondering if you could address that specifically, given the ages of the two missing children and the weather conditions we've experienced this week.
Yeah, so the incident command person with the RCMP, along with the search manager, at some point have to make a decision when would it scale back this search. And a number of factors would have to take consideration, and they would, based upon scientific information that they have, to deem when that time has to come, and that is now. And a lot of those factors come into play would be the age of the missing persons, the weather, how long it's been, what area has been covered. So at that point, they have to make a decision on that.
I hate to ask this, but given their age and the conditions, if they were still in the woods, do you think they would still be alive?
I guess it goes back to all those factors that have to come into play, right? So we are scaling back because it's time to move to a different part of the search.
First off, Paul Holmes from CTV. Scale back versus active search. I know yesterday there was a number at or around 140 searchers on the ground before scaling sport.
Gonna stop that there. Okay, you guys are pull my banner back up. Where am I? Put this one back up. I suppose. Is that the right one? I'll put on this one. Better. Okay. So bottom line is that, like I said, if they would have given information, if there was information leading to an Amber Alert, they would have issued that. But that's not the way that they believe this case. They don't believe that the children were abducted at all. They don't believe that the children are alive. Hence why they've scaled it back. And now they're going back to look at, relook over the information, obviously going to wait for Cellbrite and stuff like that, all that information to come back. And by the way, there's 115 people that are watching. How many of you guys are from Twitter? 0 from Twitter, actually, amazingly enough. 115 in the chat. So if you guys can make sure that you do give a like and a share for the sake of Jack and Lily and just spread out the information. That's the only thing that I will ask of you. Thank you very much if you guys can do that. If you are from Canada, please let me know in the chat and I'll give you guys all a shout out. If you're from America, same thing. Just let me know where you guys are from. I'll start it off. I am from Langley, a suburb of Vancouver, British Columbia, on the West Coast side. Charmaine, who was on with me last night, she's half in Alberta, half in BC. Right now, she's in BC. Again, this case is actually being covered by quite a few different channels, including over the pond, of course. So it's good to see. You know, the only thing I ever care about, and it happened with Sebastian Rogers' case, okay? As soon as I saw that case on the first day it happened, you just want to share it. I don't care who gets the glory of it, and if people are, you know, just riding off the case for the sake of it. At the end of the day, it's about getting the information out there. If I have 10 people watching, that's 10 people more than zero. At the moment, like I said, there's 109, but it's always nice to see, especially because, you know, there's not too much that overly happens in Canada. But recently in Vancouver, you know, we had that POS that drove into the Filipino community that was doing their celebration in downtown Vancouver there. And that's not a normal thing, right? Canada is about 35 million people versus United States, about 350 million, around there. We have different laws. We do things somewhat differently. Our information is not shared the same way like it is in the United States, or more like the United Kingdom. You know, you're not going to sit there and get that 911 call out right now and stuff like that. You won't see trials held on TV. You'll only see sketches and stuff like that. Things in Canada are very private when it comes to personal information. I wish the States was more like that, even though in true crime, you know, you kind of like the fact that it's not, but really in my heart of hearts, I wouldn't like it that all that information is out there, to be honest. But in the United States, you know, you guys cover trials on TV, a lot of them. Some states have a lot better when it comes to information and videos and stuff like that. You know, I know that Plunder, and this is actually, even though I had the clipping of this one's off of Plunder. Okay, so if you're not subscribed to Plunder, trust me, you guys, she does an awesome job on cases from the Suzanne Morphew case, Maddie Soto and all that, her in the docket as well. Just great people, but specifically with Plunder, she's one of those channels that you just go to and you'll get all the information compacted into a video. And she does it very well. So shout out to Plunder, like I said. Known her since the Suzanne Morphew case. When I say known her, messaged her a couple times. Other than that, I just appreciate her work. I like the fact that now that you actually see her talking, but she does just a really great job of that. So bottom line is that I still, I'm going to play it again. Okay, where are you guys saying you're from? Okay, so we got Ontario, Nova Scotia. Yes, Nova Scotia. Are you in Nova Scotia, Pat Sawyer? Oh, no. Yeah? Hold on a second. Let me take a look. 2 other public alerts were issued, though. The Amber alerts were practically unnecessary. There were the 2 other Amber alerts, or not Amber alerts, sorry, alerts. America, East Coast. Yeah, typically this channel covers the true crime. Most of the cases we follow are in the United States. And it's not because I intentionally wasn't covering Canadian true crime. Me and Charmaine had done a couple, like, you know, the Pictou Farms, the Big Farmer guy. We did some on that, a couple of cases here. But I never planned on being in true crime originally. And it was because of the Delphi case and the Suzanne Morphew case that I even kind of brought up my channel that I had from when I was way a long time ago in 2011, when I was just making some friends fun videos out of music when you could, before all this copyright stuff started happening and stuff like that. But anyways, and so since 2020, I have been in true crime. And like I said, so the cases have been mostly on the Eastern Coast. A lot of them are happening. So that's why typically it's like most of the cases that you'll see are to do with the United States. Because in all fairness, yes, there's cases that happen in Canada. Again, this one, it has grabbed the attention when I've been watching it. So I did our first live yesterday on it, although I was following it. Although I hadn't done a live on it, I was just following it and seeing what was going to happen. And then, then it was one of those things that you just feel compelled. It's a case that, of course, deserves the attention like any other case, doesn't matter around the world. 2 children missing, anything to do with children. But there's so many cases. But then there's those cases, and that, thank goodness for like true crime, in the sense of there's different channels that cover different cases. A lot of times they'll cover the same cases, but there's a lot of cases out there. Karen Reed's case, right? The Soto case, Brian Koberger case, there's Sebastian Rogers case. There's cases, and it just floors me how many cases there are. But whenever something odd happens, it especially grabs the attention of the public, especially when it involves children, and that there's this element to a case where it just doesn't sit right. It just doesn't sound right, and this is one of those cases that there's something that definitely doesn't sound right about this entire case. And it's very sad to talk about children either getting murdered or abducted or go missing and never to be heard of again, or could take years. It's just very heartbreaking. Anyone who has children, you guys know this. Simple as that. Florida for Connie. Diane Crawford, Utah, USA. Ali is from Dartmoor, UK, United Kingdom. Thank you for subscribing, Mama Morgana. Sharon Parker is Florida, Polk County. Yeah, you got Judge Brady over there, or the Sheriff Brady over there. He's an awesome sheriff. Wow, this is being covered all over. It is. Again, being a Canadian, typically United States, right? You don't see much of that coming out of United States so much, because typically Canada is pretty boring for that side of it. We have things, but nothing that usually captures, like a nation. But this case has captured. I can see Mob Crew covering it, ICML covering it, Grizzly True Crime covering it. A lot of YouTubers that I know, in a sense of their channels, Dolly Vision's covering it. Yeah. So, bottom line is, it's just really good to see that this case has captured the attention, and that people are, sharing, liking, and more people are becoming aware of the case. But the most important part is anyone with information to, of course, contact the tips line there, or call the Pictou County. I have it on my thumbnail. I'd have to look. I meant to have it scrolling at the bottom here, but I'll put it up soon here. It used to be that way in the U.S. before Bush FOIA Act. That was controversial at the time. There we go. Great work on Nicola Bully, the Nicola Bully case out of United Kingdom. Another special case there. Again, oddities to it. To that case, it was a strange case as well. This mom, drops her off her kids at school, goes to the dog park, takes the doggy. Next thing you know, her cell phone and dog, cell phone's on the bench, dogs, there, and no Nicola Bully. They ended up finding her. So when we specifically want to talk about searches sometimes, so this one was always hard for me with Nicola Bully's case, because in Nicola Bully's case, it was the river wire. The river wire to me is nothing but a puddle jumper of a pond, of a river. It's nothing big, but it has about 13 feet deep type of thing. But then it shallows out. Now, Nicola Bully, they had drones, they had dogs, they had everything, right? They had the searchers, they had everything. And yet they couldn't find Nicola Bully. Nicola Bully ended up being found by a psychic medium that him and his friend had, this female friend had gone there. Something about the Pisces moon freaking combining together or something. Anyways, goes down there on a particular day. I believe it was February. So January. So February 19th, I believe, is the date that she was found. And anyways, they see Nicola Bully's body floating in the water. Now, for me, how they missed Nicola Bully in this puddle jumper of a river wire was beyond me. I couldn't for the life of me, and still don't understand it, you know. But when it comes to cases, when searching happens, yes, it is easy to overlook, you know, and kind of like Sebastian Rogers, you know, look for him, go back, re-look again, right? Asking people to check their sheds and that, because lots of times cases, they are exactly close to where they knew that they disappeared, but you know, it happens. It's just human nature, right? People can only do so much and do their best. But anyway, so because of Nicola Bully's case, I'm always very, 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 you know, skeptical when it comes to searches. And if the person was overlooked or the children were overlooked by chance, this case, I'm not really feeling that at all. I'm not even feeling that they went out into the woods. But we'll get into that part in just a minute. In Canada now, because of XPM, we can't even see a lot of what happens everywhere else. Oh, yeah. Talking about, like, go on Facebook, and it always says, you know, you cannot view this content, or, you know, due to our stupid Canada policies on that crap. I am in Nova Scotia. There. I've never been, but I know that that side of Canada is beautiful. Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, you know, beautiful, beautiful. Thank you, Ali of Streamline UK. BC, Canada, Mama Morgana. Perfect. Hi, Mama. And Explorer says, Pat, not uncommon for killers to insert themselves in cases, i.e. searches. True. It's not uncommon. What Ali knows and witnesses harm they cause. Scotland for Davy. And Love Grady. Absolutely. Ontario, just so you guys know, you guys hog like 75% of the lotteries over in Ontario. Ontario is the biggest province in Canada, and their population pretty much overrides us. They're always winning the lotteries over in Ontario over there. It's like, who's going to win the 70 million? Ontario. Streamline UK covering, especially as have relatives in Canada. Poor little mites. Also covered Nicola Bully case with you, Sunny. Absolutely, Ali. The Nicola Bully case, the Fleetwood title data, which we did, was completely ignored. Yeah, that wasn't. I mean, that whole case at the end of it just became about, you know, basically what the cops said went, and they didn't want to hear nothing else, and they just simply seemed to want to just close that case. Mama Morgana, yes. Specifically, I'm in Walnut Grove in Langley. What about the 3 years old in Truro who disappeared 3 years ago? I'm not sure which case that. I'm not sure about that one, to be honest with you. Charmaine is definitely the person to talk to when it comes to the Canadian true crime. Like I said, I wasn't expecting to be in true crime. Just happened that it ended up being covering United States cases, you know, by being a Canadian, obviously, you know, this case, like I said, has gained a lot of attention. Not that any other cases are worth anything less, but there's certain cases that captivate you, and they become very intriguing because the answer just doesn't happen right away, whether it's through the lies of the parents, whether it's through, you know, maybe they're being truthful and the children. Yeah, I'm sorry, I can't buy that part yet. I can't ever. I'm a person that definitely, I express myself through my hands and through my face, and I can't sit there and bullshit if I tried to. I do not believe at all that these children ended up in the woods at this point. I don't believe that miraculously that these children that don't go outside with parental supervision manage to not only go outside, put on a little backpack, and then they wander off to the road to get abducted, or they wander off into the woods and stuff like that. when something happens, it's kind of like Sebastian Rogers' case, where Sebastian Rogers' case is like, oh, so on the day that he disappears, he does all this stuff all of a sudden, almost like a Last Supper day. And then all of a sudden, poof, just gone, right? And the thing is that bottom line is there has to be evidence and, to prove something. And in Sebastian Rogers' case, no clue, honestly. There's no video evidence, oddly enough. There's nothing to show Sebastian left his home that day. And it's just a mystery. But I don't think this case is going to be a mystery, to be honest with you. Hope you were in their good books, though. Allie. Okay. So again, just reiterating this particular, press conference, that part of it. Again, they just simply don't believe that the children are alive. So this is really a recovery mission of what they believe is of the children. And now it's just a matter of finding the truth amongst the muddle. Please don't believe anything you're reading online about that Daniel Martell has been charged and there's a search. Nothing has come to fruition with any of that. These are just people that are low-life scum of the earth putting out crap out there that's absolutely false, and they're trying to get their 15 minutes of freaking fame that people are going to click their crap and stuff like that. I think it's rather disgusting. Anyone that messes with children, an investigation that way is so disgusting, bottom of the earth, basically scum. Simple as that for that. You don't mess with cases that way, okay? You just try to get the facts out there. People that try to embellish it more than it is, besides talking about speculation, but people that try to embellish it and stuff like that, or embellish it for the sake of their pocketbooks and stuff like that, karma's a bitch. It will come around. You'll get your own just desserts. You just try to want to cover a case and put the facts out there. And the most important facts are either from the LE or the police. LE in the United States, so you guys call law enforcement, we usually say police. RCMP is, of course, a big part of Canada, the Mounties, and getting the truth out there. And the best sources are that from the mouth. So whether they're telling the truth or not, it's still the words of the parents, the family members, and the police. And other than that, it's like if you have something, then provide receipts, to back up the crap that you're putting out there. Like what I had showed you guys just a little bit earlier. Kind of love you too, Charmaine. Yeah, I hit the thumbs up. Okay, so let me see. Okay, so let me stop screen. Whoops. I went to hit stop screen and I don't know what I hit, but it certainly wasn't stop screen. 1 second there. I want to show extra image. I'm going to have to see what this one says. Anyways, so this, of course, is Daniel Martell. And underneath, you guys can see from Janie McKenzie. And this is from, thank you, Charmaine, again, for sending me over your stuff. And then it says, my handsome son. So it looks like the mother of Daniel Martell. His mother's name is Janie McKenzie. When I go over to her Facebook, though, don't even bother. There's nothing there, to see, but it's the same picture that I came across with the little froggy face in there. So a lot more information has come out. Again, the bio dad's name is Cody Lee Sullivan, which of course the children's name, Jack and Lily Sullivan. And let's see here, 1 second. Move studio. Just trying to go through some of these screenshots and different things at the moment. Image file. Let's see here. Then okay, so Evil Exists. He had this up on his channel. He's been covering the case as well. He usually does a couple minute videos. So back in June 2024, so on June 21st, basically the incident that had happened is that apparently Cody was buying something from somebody on Marketplace and basically pulled out a knife to say, hand me over the merchandise. So, of course, the person from Marketplace was able to give a description of the truck he was driving. And hence, on the 22nd, he was granted a bond. And so his court date, I believe, was October 25th, coming up in 2025 here. So it's not that he's in jail, okay? He apparently doesn't, have anything to do with the children. And hence why you're probably not really hearing from him, because he's, probably one of those dead-ass beat dads that knows how to stick his D in somebody, but maybe perhaps doesn't know how to be a father. Some people aren't meant to be mothers, and some people aren't meant to be fathers. But at the end of the day, he's the bio dad. And I'm sure that his heart, regardless, is breaking because these are his children. Just like Seth Rogers, Sebastian Rogers is his child. It's not Christopher Proudfoot's. It's not Daniel Martell. But why is it that Daniel Martell, regardless if you guys believe he's telling the truth or not, why is it he's the one that's being in the forefront of trying to give information, his phone, asking for polygraph tests, whether you believe him or not, guys, but he's at the forefront of this. It's not the mother. It always hurts me as a mother to no end that when you have children and you're not publicly talking about your own children's case and stuff like that, like you're just gonna, I don't know. We don't know what we don't know, but we do know that the mother went to Wentworth, where her mother is, Cindy Murray, in Wentworth, there in about an hour's drive away. And all we keep seeing is Daniel, and Daniel kind of referencing about his family's there searching. Where's hers? Obviously something contributed to this relationship ending on the next day. Oh, there comes Miss Capitals. Hello, Queen. Hello, Sunny. Happy Mother's Day for tomorrow. Yes, happy Mother's Day for you guys who didn't hear it at the beginning of the live. Happy Mother's Day to tomorrow. Today marks the 5-year anniversary that Suzanne Morphew went missing on Mother's Day. So I wanted to, of course, touch on that like I did at the beginning of this. Other than that, yes, I personally work tomorrow. Totally forgot that it was Mother's Day. Yeah. But anyways, I remembered. So I told my son, because my son is now a father. As I told you, I'm a grandmother. And I didn't even know I was going to be a grandmother because I wasn't even told. But anyway, so I told my son, make sure that you do something special for Grace tomorrow because it's Mother's Day. See, I want to say something, just a quick thing here. Hi, Citizen Sleuth. How are you? Are you covering this case too, Citizen? I don't really know everyone who's covering it, but are you covering it as well? But I want to say this. My stepdad, one of my stepdads, but my first stepdad, I'll say, whenever it was Mother's Day, we would say, what are you doing for Mom? And he'd say, nothing. She's not my mother. And I always remember that. And he would say it all the time. And I was like, you jerk. Seriously? It doesn't matter that it's not your mother. It's the fact that she is a mother. And you just do something special. But he never did. And I always took slight to that. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if, like I said, my son, do something nice for Grace for Mother's Day. It's the fact that she's a mother and she's the mother of your child. So I always took offense to that. So that's why I made sure that I said to my son today, if you haven't considered it, make sure you consider doing something nice for Grace tomorrow for Mother's Day. just the ignorance that when my stepdad said that, I'll just never forget it because I thought, how ignorant, how just ignorant. Hi, Lacey. Hi, Tim. Hi, Tim Jerry. Thank you for subscribing. Again, we're covering Jack and Lily Sullivan. Some people spell it with one L. The Martell family spells it with two L's. I can see that. I'm not sure. That's the way I'm going with myself on this one. Either way, Lillian, Lily, with one L, two L's, doesn't matter. 2 children, again, missing out of Nova Scotia, from the Pictou County and Lansdowne area station there. And yeah, we'll go back and look at some, like I said, some more pictures and different things. Just trying to catch up now here, to be honest with you. It is Danielle's where it's correct. Yes. His family is the one that owns it. And apparently it was like his mother lives on, or stepmother or something, lives on the property, in that trailer or whatever. Not sure about the brother. But apparently, Mihaela got kicked off the property. But there's something amiss here, because so what is it? Okay, speculation. You know what? Let's go back. My dad was like that. Only ever saw something nice from mom like 2 times in my life for Mother's Day. Rude, absolutely rude, ignorant. Sometimes I just don't get it. The world is supposed to be about kindness and helping people and doing sweet things. And, it really does make for a better life and a better world. And why people don't understand that, I don't get it. Oh, hello. Oh, I'm going to do this again because I haven't seen you. Is it Barbara? Barbara, right? Am I right? Timmy's legacy. Timmy's mom, her child, Timmy. There was a case there, and she advocates now for other cases, but I'm pretty sure I want to say Barbara. Am I right? Thank you. Yeah, my little granddaughter, her name is Thalia. My son lives up in Alberta. He lives mostly with, I think, his girlfriend, Grace, but, he still, resides with his dad in Whitecourt, Alberta there. But anyways, I'm just happy to be a grandma. I don't care if he didn't tell me that he had, knew finally how to use the thing and got a girl pregnant and stuff like that. My son is 28 years old. We have had a strained relationship since the divorce. I don't know. My son, just a lot of anger there, but whatever. Hopefully with the grandchild, he comes to understand unconditional love. And I'm praying that he does, and that he starts, becoming a man instead of always, being so angry at his mom for whatever reasons. But anyways, I'm just happy being a grandma and knowing that I honestly didn't think I was going to be a grandma before I died, to be honest with you. I got one child and that's it. And like I said, found out on April 14th or 15th. And she was born on April 14th. Anyways, her name is Thalia. Little Thalia. Yeah. Anyone that knows this channel knows how much I love children. Children they're a gift. Just a reminder for anybody else out there. Your children aren't meant to be abused or used. They're your children. It's up to you to raise them, guide them, protect them, and do the best that you can as a parent. I don't believe in hitting children. That's my personal preference. I know that some people still, give swacks on the butt and stuff like that. Anyways, my preference is, I took away things. That's the way I dealt with it. I just don't believe in abuse. And I've been into one very abusive relationship, and one with my ex-husband on the latter part of the relationship when he started getting abusive and stuff like that. And I'm just not into that. Children don't need to be around it. They don't need to be taught it. And right, we're supposed to bring children up in the best way we know how. And some parents think that they're great parents when really they're not, right? You got those wacko jackos like that passenger of 8 case and stuff like that, tying kids' wrists up, putting them in cellars, putting them in boxes. Remember the case with the boy in the box recently? And the parents, it's almost like they're oblivious, right? Like, what did we do wrong? I mean, we made him a box and gave him a wastebasket for a shitter. Like, what did we do wrong? It always gets me, like, people's abnormal thinking like that. Anyways, children are gifts. They're simply that, beautiful gifts. I'd be salty too, not even enough time to buy an It's a Girl balloon. Yeah, I was feeling a little bit salty. I was feeling both happiness and saltiness at the same time. It's like caramel, I guess, salted caramel ice cream or something like that. Okay, but you guys, let's quickly play. So let's play her interview again, because I really want to talk about that one, because out of all the interviews, that's the one that probably bugs me the most, is her interview. It doesn't sound authentic. It sounds contrived. And I'm just not buying that the kids went out into the woods, that they magically opened this silent door, that they went against the rules of the house and went outside, put on a knapsack, right? Remember, this is on, was it a Friday, May 2nd? Was it Friday? Yep, it was a Friday. I know Charmaine had kind of thought this morning it was like, like, was she putting on her knapsack, go catch the bus for school? I feel bad for the bus driver that would pick the children up, putting his little tag there where Jack and Lily. Apparently, Jack would always throw his boot at the bus driver, like, Mr. Bus Driver, hello. Whack with the boot. And I guess Lily was known for those vivacious screams of hers. Yeah, that's an ear-piercing scream we all know from the birthday video. Apparently, that it wasn't limited. Probably why Daniel was like just staring, going, yeah, another normal day. Anyways, let me pull up that. Present, share screen. No, I want to share video. Present, video file. I want to watch that. This interview really bugs me. Okay, we'll play that.
Just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens.
I do want to be somewhat fair here with this whole interview. We all know that the media cuts and clips, right? They edit, of course. So how this is projected from the start definitely does not sound very good. But always keep in mind that there's always editing, usually, that is done. And so the way this starts off comes across like, we're such great parents, they know better, we're always out there. But her sentence was strange. I'm going to go back to that.
Kids, we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them.
Hold on.
As we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to.
They're not the type of kids. And then it's like, we tell them not to, go outside, basically. But it's almost like a fluent sentence would be like, they're not the type of kids to go outside because we take care. But her sentence runs weird when the way that she says it. Actually, like I said, her whole interview is weird.
Go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happen to just...
Because ignore the shit shack that they live in, because they're those great parents that are out there with their kids all the time. I don't buy that at all. I don't buy that. They live in this place that's a massive yard. They're around nobody really, distance, whatever, 500 down the road, a good distance for the next neighbor in a sense, considering it is, to be honest, it's very normal for kids to play outside, like let's say I was looking after my son and my little niece and stuff like that. As long as I'm at that kitchen window watching them, like say I'm doing dishes as they're outside playing, that is considered actually normal, to be honest with you, right? There's no pool in the backyard. They're just playing out in the back. You got your eye on them, but in this case, it's like, but, we tell them not to, they know better than to go out and then, on their own, because we're always out there because we're, these good parents. I'm not buying that at all. It's definitely projecting to me of the innocence of, or what a good parents that they kind of are, but looking at the surrounding area behind that, sorry, it's not matching to me about that stuff.
Just get out that sliding door and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing.
Right, we don't.
But we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew,
Right, we weren't aware of it at the time. Right? So, like all of us know at this point, how were you aware of it then? What gave you the knowledge to know that they were playing? Do you have cameras? Because that's the only other way that they would know, or that perhaps stepmother there in the camper, saw the children, heard the children, right? So children are not quiet. I'm sure that they just didn't kind of, so it's all this knowledge of, well, you're basically saying what all clothes that they were wearing. I'm myself saying that that's probably because they were in the same clothes. We don't know if there was a party that night. Wouldn't shock me, to be honest, if there was. There's something that happened here with these children. And I'm not convinced that to dissolve the parents here of anything at all. Especially when you hear strange interviews such as this one, that just is red flags, like throughout it. It doesn't make sense. And when it doesn't make sense to the ear, like grandma always said, that's because it's not truthful. When something doesn't sound right to the ear, because again, if you're telling the truth just comes out naturally and you don't have to think about it, and you'll tell the same story over and over again. Right, Kitty Proudfoot and Christopher Proudfoot, If you're telling the truth, it just kind of comes out, and no matter how many different ways you're asked it, it will be the same. Now, we're not at this point hearing her say that the kid, like that Lily came into the bedroom. It was more that, hearing the kids play, where I think it was Daniel that said like that Lily came into the bedroom a couple times and he could hear Jack playing in the kitchen or something like that. But this whole thing about that they went out the door and knew this. So either they have specific information, and there's only two things really. It's either that a parent, a mother-in-law or whatever, or no, stepmother of Daniel or whatever, lives in that camper and either seen the children, or because they have a video camera set up somewhere. So that in itself, right? It's hard because we don't have that information, but it's almost like someone foretelling and then saying, well, basically we know that they went out the sliding glass door. We know that obviously they must have went into the woods somehow. They obviously disobeyed every rule we taught them, because us being some good parents, they know better than to go outside, but yet they did everything. Two of them did everything according to what they don't do. Kind of like Sebastian Rogers' case. Everything that Sebastian Rogers wouldn't do, he suddenly did on the day that he disappeared.
It was quiet, and we get up and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky.
So at that point as well, just quickly, because we're just kind of going over this. Okay, we played it yesterday, played it, whatever. So and this is where little things happen as well, because she says, just gut instinct, call that 911 right away. Mother's worst, feelings coming true. But she doesn't mention anything, I call 911. Daniel gets in the truck, starts searching around, in the vehicle, nothing of that. So it's kind of like, okay, so you call 911. And then Daniel says that he gets into his truck and that basically as he's looking around waiting for the police to arrive, so either it's just simply that it wasn't communicated that way, but it's those little things that always will stick out, because it's like, okay, so was he in the vehicle already, as you were basically had called 911? Did you call 911? Then Jack hopped in the vehicle, decided to look around. Like, now, don't get me wrong, right? I mean, that's what you typically would do. If you are panicked and your children and you can't find them, you're going to holler around, you're going to start panicking inside. And within minutes, moments, you're literally going to be on that phone, typically calling 911. Because, like I said, especially on their land there, right? Jack Lily type of thing. So, and that would be normal to hop in a vehicle. One of the people stay there, the other one hop in a vehicle, start looking around, and panic and stuff like that. And, as the police, because it's not like the police are going to get there in an instant. You guys can see that they're 15 minutes, whatever, out of town there. So it's going to take a little bit of time.
Children, they're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge search effort going on right now. But we've been pushing for...
Okay, so again, I like, unless this is like cut and edited, like I said, honestly, okay, the kids are talkative. They talk to people, but it's almost like that's not what I'd probably be saying. But again, depending on the cut and editing of this particular interview, it would be like, just want the babies back, please. If anybody out there knows anything, just please help us find the children. But it's almost like, kind of like what I felt and what Charmaine felt, and probably others too, is like, it's like this is the day after the kids go missing. It's not the way that the mom is talking, and to me, it's just kind of like, yeah, they were such good children. They just talked everybody's ear off. And, I know it's been like a month now, or blah, 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 blah. But we're talking like the day after. And that's why, and it's just coming across as disingenuous to this interview. It's not seeming like there's this urgency in how she's speaking. And maybe it's the way she is in general. Maybe it's not. It's just, if something doesn't sound right to my ear, and this interview absolutely did not, then, and these children go missing, just miraculously disappear, go outside that they're not supposed to do without being whatever, wearing probably clothes that they had on the night before, is why they could tell us why Daniel could tell us what clothes they were wearing, little boots. Did the parents contribute to the disappearance? Are they just covering it up? Because we do see cases where it's like, yeah, give me the polygraph. Come on now. I'll pass it. No problem. Blah, 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 blah. You have a Christopher Proudfoot there that's, from Sebastian Rogers' case, lying and saying he took a polygraph test. And then he tries to play mind games with people. Why would you do that during a missing child's case? Like, what lowlife thinks to do stuff like that? Play games. Like, oh, I didn't say who took the plug. Yes, you did. Literally, the receipts are there. You literally said, yes, you both did. But why would you lie? Well, usually if you have to lie, it's because you're trying to cover up something. Are the parents trying to cover up something here? There's something very odd with this argument that happened that made or whatever, or was told for Mihaela to leave, and she left with the child, went to her mother's home. Is there guiltiness going on there? Was there an argument? But the part I'm having trouble with is the fact of they're both trying to give this story of, and it might be true, might not be. They're both trying to give the story of that they were in bed, Lily coming in and out of the room, in and out of consciousness, you know, they've got baby Meadow in the beds, type of thing like that. And that, you know, Jack and Lily, obviously, you know, without them knowing or whatever, but in hindsight, who knows, suddenly open up the sliding door. They go out the gate into the woods. And in a very short period of time, that these children who are age 6 and 4, how far? They ain't getting no 6 freaking miles or kilometers out there. They're just not. To me, these children actually would have been found. That's what I feel with this case. That if that was true, these children would have been found. Now, it's not to say that something didn't happen to them, and there's still that potential, but the police don't feel like these children are alive. They felt like if it was an abduction, they would have issued the Amber Alert, but they don't. They obviously feel something else was saying it, but not saying it, right? They're not going to give us all those details, but they literally came out and said that no, they don't believe that the children are alive, and basically they're just trying to look to see where the truth lies of this. They probably have definitely some information and probably more information coming in, and it's all going to depend on, you know, cell phones and all this, you know, information that's going to come in. So I'm not going to be shocked. I'm not going to be shocked if an arrest happens to come soon in this particular case. I'm not buying the fact that even these children just went out into the woods lollipopping, you know, happy-go-lucky. Let's just, you know, me and my little 6-year-old and 4-year-old, you know, happy-go-lucky, go into the woods and just, and without hearing voices or helicopters or something. You know, these searchers, these kids wouldn't have gotten too far. I think Daniel makes it sound like a 20-minute window, but then there's this 8 o'clock time frame of, you know, supposedly in and out of consciousness to apparently calling the 940 is when they call 911. Anyways, we'll see how it turns out.
An Amber Alert, which hasn't been issued, not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been, but just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing. We had people text me saying that they weren't aware, someone else let them know that they were missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought maybe that we found tracks, but it's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm.
Okay. Who doesn't think that is weird? A weird thing to say. Well, you know, it's been raining and, you know, but today with the sun being out, you know, hopefully they're warm. How did she say that exactly? Let's see. I'm going to listen to that. It's the weirdest sentence.
They're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled.
What a weird thing to say. Honestly, that is a weird statement to make. That's just a strange statement, you know, let alone this whole interview being strange, but these oddities, you know, what a strange statement, you know, but with the sun today being, you know, as nice as it is, I'm just hoping that in that abducted trunk that they're in, that they're warm, you know, if they're nestled up near a freaking mushroom and a bunny in the woods and that they're warm. This is one day after. I would expect just tears coming down the face, panic, you know. Yeah, it's just not rubbing me as authentic. And note that, and I know another YouTube channel, one of those, you know, readers, or not a card reader, but a psychologist person, body language expert type of thing and stuff like that, you know, was saying that it's always we, right? They're using the word we went, we did, we. But, you know, a lot of the word we. I know that he used the word past tense, in one of his things. Now, granted, It's not like I haven't used the past tense wrongly, but it's a matter of how much past tense you're using wrongly. And Barry Morphew, in the Suzanne Morphew case, Barry was consistently using past tense for a lot of things. Daniel talked past tense once, loved, or whatever it was. I've said that with my son. You know, I've always loved my son instead of saying I always love my son, because it's like, because in my head as I'm saying it, it's because the relationship was, you know, obviously been tested for many years. And I don't use the word loved intentionally as to mean, you know, that I didn't love my son, but I have used that word loved wrongly many times actually, but not consciously meaning it like that. It's just more of when I know that my son has been away, like living in Alberta, and I haven't seen him in like 8 years or something like that, like physically. It's just, you just kind of disconnect a little bit and use the word loved because it's like more thinking about that. So I actually, for that part of it, when he used that in the wrong tense, I'm not so much holding too much to that one. But if it was a consistent way of talking and all these slip ups, that would probably be a different story.
With pain and sorrow, because we just want them found. We want them home. Everyone loves them. They are definitely verbal, and they do have possible autism, but it's not extreme autism. It's just they have issues with school, and they don't catch up with the other kids. I'm just...
Okay, so there again, an issue with that. They have possible autism, people. Okay, I Googled it myself, and I believe that my children have possible autism, and I'm going to put that out there, even though possible autism. And my kids, you know, because the reason why is because, you know, my kids, they don't catch up as fast as the others at school. Do you possibly think that has something to do with possible parenting? Maybe possible chance that the children don't actively attend school as often as they probably should. They were home Thursday and Friday. School was out on Wednesday. Based on what my visual is of the home, I'm seeing laziness. I'm seeing children that probably stay home more than they ought to. And I think that if they're being held back, it's because they're not getting that proper parenting that they deserve as children. Yeah, that's kind of how I see that. But when someone sits there and says, yeah, possible autism, as if they Googled it, to sit there and go, yeah, my kids, yeah, I'm going to self-diagnose. I hate it when people sit there and they just always self-diagnose shit. Happened during COVID, and listening to all these people's in real life's excuses about why they needed to go off to collect the free money and stuff. And it was mostly the young people. It was the older people that stayed working typically, you know. It was either people were truly, really, you know, had issues. There was some craziness during that period of time, wasn't it? But anyways, all this self-diagnosis of possible autism. And I'll come back to your guys' comments in a minute, okay?
I just want to remain hopeful. But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst. Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds. And I don't want to go through that another night without them.
Okay, I'm going to go 1 second. Bring her face back on there. Okay, so how many of you guys, just curious, 1 for yes, 2 for no, how many of you guys thought that this interview was like red flags everywhere? Or, you know, if you think that she was telling the truth and, you know, a day after the children go missing, and this is how a normal person reacts and acts like in an interview. So 1 for yes, that you think it's an odd interview, red flags everywhere, and 2 for no, that it's just her way or whatever. Yes. Children are absolutely, I say that all the time, children are a product of their environment. Now, don't get me wrong. Children can grow up and be the biggest shits, and you could be from a perfect home. But at the end of the day, one of the things I always distinctly remember with my ex-husband and my son was my ex-husband was known for having a Pepsi for breakfast and a chocolate bar and putting out a loud burp after drinking his Pepsi. And I remember Matthew mimicking his dad. Have some Pepsi, big burp, big smile, wanted to do exactly what daddy was doing. Again, children, what they're taught from us, their environment, right? If they're in an abusive environment, that stuff we all know is not healthy. Probably my son drinking Pepsi at that age wasn't healthy either, but whatever. It was what it was. Diet Pepsi, at least. But anyways, right. Children are definitely products of their environment. And, in this case, I'm seeing an environment that I don't see a healthy environment here, to be honest, for these children. But the point of this whole case is that 2 children are missing, alive or not alive. And why? Why are these 2 children missing? Was there a party a night before? Was there drugs involved? Was there drugs left out? And the children OD'd on the drugs and they're covering up. And they know that they have to cover up because they know that they would lose their other child and go to jail. So that's the part that bugs me about this case is Daniel being forthright with what he's saying? But I'm having a hard time with this argument that happened on Saturday because obviously an argument of accusations, like Daniel said, like they're saying that I did something, that's why I want to take a lie detector test. The public is on social media is making me feel like guilty and accusing me of, of this thing. Well, maybe there's truth to it. Maybe there's not, but an argument happened. You'd think that they would be, so close, like when it happened, pulling together. But something happened that day of either blaming each other or, mother blaming, that something did happen to the children. Let's just say hypothetically that the children did somehow go out the sliding door, got lost in the woods, somehow were overlooked, all the stuff, right? Let's say like that hypothetically did happen. Obviously there's going to be lots of times during your midst of worry and anger and whatever, some blame on, like it's your fault type of thing. Was that the case? Or are they trying to cover up something because something did happen? Did children get into drugs? OD'd. They had to cover it up. It's either that, they're going to do jail time. They're going to lose their other child for sure. So are they playing cover up? Is that possible? I don't believe any of us think that an abduction happened. You guys in the, I think 4% say lost in the woods, parent involvement 60, 9% abducted, 27% say not sure, time will tell. And that's just it. Time will tell the story. And I really feel like that I don't see this case being an elongated case. I just don't. I think that details are going to come out rather soon when it comes to this case, to be honest with you. And we'll just have to see. We can all definitely have our thoughts. She looks afraid. It's her language that gets me. Her wording makes you go, It doesn't, it's not coming off as someone that just recently knows that their children are missing. It just reminds me of someone that has a story and is projecting a story rather than the truth. That's what it reminds me of. I don't feel like her her words are matching the emotions. Actually, the words aren't even matching that to me of someone that's in this great despair and franticness that I would expect from a day after interview. She seems pretty composed. You know, where does that knowledge of guilt or emotions come from? Is it from guilt, you know, or is it truly from that her way of talking and dealing with things? Is this her way? If so, I find it very strikingly odd, for sure. It's just because as parents, there's kind of like a, whenever we see these cases and we see parents that are truly just in desperation, just in grief, you know, there's a certain kind of presence that comes out or emits from them. And this is, that's not emitting to me from her. On this one, I see more emotion, whether it's real or not. I see way more emotion coming out of the person that's not the biological father, which is Daniel. Again, is he projecting it to us? And is there knowledge, but they have to put on this pretense because they know exactly what happened to the kids? But it's kind of like fight or flight, you know, type of thing that, you know, basically they would be hooped if they told the truth. They're definitely would be convicted if they had something to do with it, regardless if it was an accident. So I don't believe that these children, myself, should the parents have had any involvement, I personally don't believe that it was something that was set in motion to do that, as much as it was something that happened possibly within the home, that the children perhaps maybe got into some drugs, and that they've concocted a story. And that's why their stories are kind of using the word we a lot, as if it's one that's been said what they're going to say. But I don't think that they're bright enough, to be honest, to be able to cover the tracks if they did have something to do with it. You know, in all these cases, I always hope that the parents had nothing to do with the situation. But the reality is that most cases have something to do with a family member or parent involvement. And that's what I hated about the Sebastian Rogers case. Myself, I personally feel like when a child goes missing, it should instantly be deemed as a crime scene, in a sense, that you protect the area and the evidence and then downgrade. And FBI agent or ex-retired FBI agent Jennifer Coffindaffer, I've heard her say the same thing. And I have said the same thing myself, because I don't understand this. Because a lot of times cases, there's usually some sort of family or close family member or the actual parents involved in a lot of the disappearances of these cases. So you would think it would start off as protect the crime scene and then downgrade as necessary. Kind of like what should have happened in the Nicola Bully case. You know, instead of the UK police bitching about YouTubers, you know, and stuff being there and TikTokers, maybe you should have sealed off the scene, right? You have a missing mom, a dog and a phone found, and then you're wondering why freaking YouTubers and TikTokers are walking all over the place. They didn't even contain the scene till a week later. A little too late, right? And then they started projecting this, you know, animosity, meaning the UK police in, where was it out of? Oh my goodness, why am I having a brain fart on this? Anyways, the River Wire where it happened. Oh my God, not Blackpool. Anyways, regardless. So I just don't understand this. It's when a child goes missing, you'd think that it would just start off as, okay, you know what? Let's, you know, contain the home and instantly, you know, obviously the parents will be looked at right away, because that's typical. Why is it typical? Because a lot of times these cases involve the parents, as we know. Karen Reed case, right? That's her husband, right? Look at what's that case with the dentist and the mother, his own mother and stuff like that, right? You know, take out the ex-husband and the brother helps and the mother-in-law, you know, to get rid of the ex-husband and stuff like that. Most of these cases that are out there, a lot of them, they're all to do with family members, Harmony Montgomery, Elijah Vu, on and on and on. Okay, let's see here. The little Dylan, not far away from Sullivan children, has been missing 5 years without a trace. He was 3 at the time. It's just so sad. So sad, these cases. School was my safe haven growing up. I think it might be true for the little ones from what I've heard or seen. Possibly. I mean, I know we're just guessing and projecting, but, usually you're not. Like, usually when somebody looks at a home like that, they've been home for a couple of days and, acting like they're these parents that are always outside, projecting that image to us. I think most of us know better that that's not really the truth, Human trafficking isn't out of the question. It's not. It's not. I personally don't see that, but it's not out of the question. Right? I had a missing son who was an adult, and I had more emotion than her. I don't understand this at all. And that's my thing too, right? All I ever look for when somebody is speaking is that I feel like they're being sincere. When Chris Watts talked about his wife and children, there was no sincerity. In fact, what I seen was a smirk coming across his face. He didn't act like someone that was absolutely sincere. Barry Morphew, when he's talking about wanting Suzanne home so bad, I instantly tapped my husband on the shoulder. Husband, you need to watch this, because it made me so angry watching this husband project like, Suzanne, I want you back so bad. And I instantly, when I seen that video, I was like, you're the one that fucking did it, And they come off with this bullshit, of not wanting sometimes to talk to the news. This Barry Morphew's video was taken by his freaking nephew or something like that in the freaking trees, as he's sitting there doing this bullshit. And, and like I said, and to me, it's just so transparent when somebody is not telling the truth. And I don't feel like the truth is being told. Sorry, Mahela, but it just doesn't come off as truthful. It won't, because not only are we mothers, but, as humans that have, deep empathy and care and stuff like that, you're looking just simply to feel that emotion and feel those things project out. Not feeling it. They will mess up. Murders usually will go back to where they hide the body. There's people watching, and the mother and the stepdad. Hi, country gal, Nova Scotia. Sebastian's case bothers me so much. I have an autistic grandson. He reminds me so much of Sebastian. Yeah. Again, that case, Sebastian Rogers case, very near and dear to the channel's heart. I know I've said this, and I don't do it for gloating reasons, but that case we were the first YouTube channel to cover that case. I seen it. Adam sent it to me. Aspen used to be on this channel with me. All I wanted to do when I seen it was I wanted to share it to some of the bigger YouTubers, because I know that matters when it comes to coverage. And I just wanted that story to be picked up on. And it was not, I don't want to sit here and say it was because of me, but that case means a lot because we were the first ones to cover that case on YouTube, but it was all over TikTok that particular day on there. And we did a live on it the next day when we were covering Elijah Vu's case on there. So that's why that case is especially near and dear. But always, it's with no selfishness involved. You just want to share it out. Doesn't matter if this channel got 20 views versus 1,000 views. It's always about putting the information out there. And if the bigger channels have the access and ability to do that to their own subscribers, that's what we want. We don't want to care about anything else besides the forefront of the children that are missing and that need awareness. And unfortunately, there's so many cases out there that deserve it as well. But I can only do my part, and, and hopefully everybody does their part as well, that's in the true crime space or follows it, because it just takes a second. I mean, my biggest thing was this. If you can sit there and frickin' share a meme, then you can sit there and share a missing person, especially if you're following the case yourself. It doesn't take nothing but to hit share or a like to get it into the algorithm, stuff like that, right? The past, so sorry for your friend. Sorry, my friend's husband murdered their daughter. Oh, yeah. But he had abducted her. My friend was so numb she couldn't. Oh, I'm sure I'd be just like your friend. So sorry to hear that. That's any caring, loving parent's worst nightmare. You like, that's why, like, this is a day after, and these emotions don't match to me how somebody should be talking, and the talking isn't even on track with what truth telling is. It should be, mixed with tears and sorrow, but it's kind of like she says, like, and the reason we're in so much pain and sorrow, as if projecting, like, I'm not in pain, but like we are in pain, and we're in pain and sorrow. It's a weird thing again to say. It's like, it's just a weird thing. Just, because normally when something like this happens, you're just devastated, and usually you're going to use the word, I a lot, because, as a mother, it's like that child came out of my body, my child, and just, help me find my children. You don't think to go, oh, am I saying the word we properly? It's not, because it's not their children, it's her children, but yet, why is it that he's doing what should be done? Should it be true that he's the one that seems to be the more caring person about these children? Where's the mother? Like, I don't want to hear excuses. I hate excuses. You're the mother. Put yourself out in the forefront of asking people for help, begging for people's help to help you find your child. That's what people always want to see. They want to see genuineness, and that when somebody's literally begging us to help them, our hearts start feeling sad and sorry, and we just want to do our part to help, and in this case, it's like, well, she doesn't really come off as believable, but you still want to do your part to help, because it's not about her, it's about these children. It might become about her. If you have 100 police officers show up looking for your missing kid in the bush, you're going to feel that they are going to find your kid. Maybe you won't feel hysterical. That's a lot of cops. Well, I'll tell you this right now. Nope, I'd be hysterical right from the start. I'm telling you this. You're going to be hopeful that they're just going to be found, definitely, out in the woods. That'd have to be if the story was true or not. But I would be in absolute hysterics. Like, I would be literally probably hyperventilating, because I know that, that even the thought of something happening to my only child, I would just be it. I would, honestly, you might as well strap me up and stick me in a mental hospital. That's how much it would impact me so badly. I literally probably could never, it'd be a long time before I could get my ass out of bed or something, or without being so broken. People that have gone through these tragedies, sometimes people feel like, and make comments like they're weak for, doing this or doing that. And I say, no, absolutely not. The strength to go through it, the strength to get up every day, the strength to move on, carry on, is absolutely more strength in you than me, who's not experienced that. I'm a strong person in a lot of ways, but talk about children. Okay. I probably, I'm not too far behind. Ooh, I thought I was like way behind in comments. I don't know them, the family of missing kids, but when something like this happens, the community talks. And from what I'm hearing, things was pretty bad at the trailer. Well, I do have to wonder. I mean, so supposedly this neighbor, let's see here. Supposedly this neighbor, right? Like, what, the night before or something, was it, sees a bunch of vehicles. Basically, this house is known as like the drug house. Is there truth to that? Could be. Could be. Like I said, someone can say all they want. Give me this test. Give me that test. Right? Because what are they going to do? You know what? No, I got drugs secret. You know, who knows? The truth is going to come out in this case. And I don't believe it's going to take that long, to be honest with you. Present. Let me see here. Now, after this part is like Jack interviews, you know. Like I said, I don't know. With him, I don't know, to be honest, because they both attach themselves to the same story. It's not like one parent was home and one parent wasn't, right? They're both saying that we were home in bed, right? So something happened to the children. If they're not in the woods and they're not abducted and they can't be found in the woods, and I think that they would have been found because it was a pretty reasonable amount of time when the searchers got in there and stuff like that. And if I was to go with my gut, I would just say that this is in the a family doing of why these kids are missing. And so because they've attached themselves both together for how the day went into the story, I would have to say then that they were both guilty of knowledge of doing something, perhaps, you know, just because even if it seems like, and it could be true, like I said, it could be that something else happened to the children, but I'm just not seeing that at this moment. And because they've attached themselves together with their storyline, it simply could be a cover-up. Maybe she was mad at him because she was blaming him for leaving drugs out or something, and the children got into it. And this is just guess, right? But something happened to these children, right? And there's only usually, just like Sebastian Rogers, there's only so many things that could have happened to the children. Either they got out in the woods and they got missed miraculously, right? They broke all, laws of leaving the home and stuff like that, and blah, 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 blah. And they got missed in the woods. Children didn't hear searchers screaming for them. A 6 and a 4-year-old. It's not like a teenager, It's not even like an 8 and a 10-year-old who could have probably traipsed 6 kilometers. I'm talking about a 6-year-old and a 4-year-old. They're not going to travel too fast through the woods without being tired first and foremost, or be yelling, Mom, Dad, Mom or Daniel, however, whatever they called them on there. Okay, actually, we'll come back. Okay, so don't forget. So this is the school, Salt Springs Elementary. Jack and Lily, 1407 is the address on Gairloch Road there. And the mom of Mihaela, where are you, Mom? Right there, Wentworth. That's where Wentworth is, right? So Mihaela, people said that she went to the reservation or whatever, but no, I don't think so. Yeah, because there's no reservation right in that area. But it was said that she went to Wentworth where her mom lives. So basically, those are the gist of it. Now, this particular picture from Google Earth. Oh, hold on, I can just 1 second. Like obviously this is an older picture, but it's the only one that they seem to have for, for Google Earth here, right? And like we can see, right? So do I believe that these kids had ample time to play by themselves in the yard? They were probably told not to go near the road, of course, but there's ample, I can see in the backyard. To me, for sure, to let the kids play in the back would be a pretty normal thing to do typically, as long as you're keeping your eye on them. But like the neighbor, 1 second, right? Like, let me just spin this sucker around. Okay, you guys can see like all the trees, man. All the trees here, right? Next neighbors, like over here. You know, that's a good distance away. There's no other neighbor around over here, right? So again, it's a logging road. It's not going to be a very busy road, obviously, besides logging trucks coming through, something like that, you know, the odd person. So something about a neighbor that lives 500 feet. No, not feet. It has to be more than that. Anyways, that's something about seeing a bunch of vehicles. Thought that it was like a drug house, this place. There was like some sort of post on it. Oh, hi. There I am. It's got to remove a few of these. Not going to be long, the RCMP. I don't think it's going to be long either, to be honest with you. Do you guys think so? For anyone that's watching out there, do you guys think that this case is going to be solved, like, let's say within the next couple weeks? If not week, to be honest with you. I'm kind of thinking in the next week. But let's say 2 weeks, tops. I feel like this is a very solvable case. I don't feel like it's one of these ones that's going to stretch out. Are you guys on the same mind? Were the vehicles there because something happened and it was family? Well, don't know. Are you talking about the vehicles from like the neighbor was saying? You know what? Let me play that video again for people that are in the chat right now that might not have seen it when I first played it. Let me do that one. Okay. So this was on TikTok. Charmaine shared it with me earlier. And I'm just going to share it with you guys again. 1 second. Just got to remove a couple things here. Okay. I guess I got to stop screen, don't I? Share screen. Okay, I'll take myself off the screen as I play it. And I'll play it a couple times here. Make it bigger. And basically it's just a drive-by that somebody did of the home, obviously. And yeah.
The full video of the drive-by of the investigators at the Sullivan house has been released. It appears to show multiple vehicles in the laneway. One commenter alleges that the all-black vehicles are I-hit vehicles, which are the Homicide Investigative Unit team. Users allege that this team lifted up the trailer to inspect underneath it with flashlights and a police officer crawling under, as the stepfather Daniel stood by. People also think they see the entire porch, which appeared to be new, removed. This video could mean nothing, or it could mean everything. The full video of the drive-by of the investigators at the Sullivan. The full video of the
just kind of showing that part. I'd have to zoom it in. I only have it through, you know, just pulling it up through the stream yard here. You know, I'd have to put it into my other program and zoom it up. But you can see near those two windows to the right-hand side, like well, you can kind of make it out that there's people there on there. But anyways, I'll just play it again.
Drive-by of the investigators at The full video of the drive-by of the investigators at the Sullivan house has been released. It appears to show multiple vehicles in the laneway. One commenter alleges that the all-black vehicles are I-hit vehicles, which are the Homicide Investigative Unit team. Users allege that this team lifted up the trailer to inspect underneath it with flashlights and a police officer crawling under, as the stepfather Daniel stood by. People also think they see the entire porch, which appeared to be new, removed. This video could mean nothing.
Okay, so 1 second there. Is it from last night? Yeah, I guess I would assume so, hey? On there. Yeah, you know, law enforcement is not playing. You know, I mean, this kind of did make me laugh a little bit. Only because as I was on my iPad, this big long-winded message came in about basically, I think the comment and the gist of it, and part of the thing was saying how we're not equipped to handle these type of cases, pretty much is what was said, and which kind of makes me laugh. So I guess we're dumb fucks over here in Canada. I think that in everything there's good cops and that can do their job and do it well. In Canada, anywhere, there's people that are good and can do the job. I think in this case, I think they're doing a wonderful job, to be honest with you. And like I said, I think that this case will be handled exactly as it should be. Like I said, Canada is very strict on certain things. And again, for me, what I'm seeing from this case is them doing their due diligence and doing a good job of it. And I really do feel like this case will be solved rather quickly. I don't think it's going to be this elongated Summer Wells type case, for sure. We, meaning who? All of Canada? Basically, that's how the comment came across. Like, we're just like dumb fucking hicks over here in Canada. We don't know how to solve a case because we're just, but the U.S. is so much greater at it than us and stuff like that. But it just kind of made me laugh, As soon as I seen that, I was just like, what was the term? There was a word. So, when somebody does do a comment and the comment, they can barely put a sentence together themselves and you're trying to read it and you're like seeing these words like, oh, like, and oh, like, and oh, like, and oh, I think it was that we're not educated. We're not educated enough to do cases. And I was like, the only person, like, all I'm thinking in my head is, because I didn't answer anything to it, the only thing that's not educated is this whole comment, because it was such bad use of any sort of English sentence. And to sit there and say that, like, we're not educated in Canada to, like, handle these type of cases. And I'm just like, yeah, have a cup of go F yourself on this one. I think we're more, but anyway, I just laughed stuff like that off, but it did tickle me a little bit going, I'm literally reading your whole entire paragraph and you can't even put a whole paragraph together that you didn't have to kind of read it twice just to understand what was being said, because it kept going like, oh, like, and it was just, yeah, a very uneducated comment is what it was. Oh yes, right, yeah, but he went on to give his own scenario, wanting the parents arrested. It sounded like he has no idea of evidence or even probable cause. Yeah. A comment's still up there. Yes, you can go read that yourself. Those are, like, I'm not gonna lie. I rarely ever look at comments unless the comment comes in while I'm on my iPad and I happen to see somebody say something. I'm not gonna lie, I've stayed away from comments for quite a while. And the reason is because I would probably tell a lot of people off and block them like I would always do before. Because I'd be so, like, because the stupidness is real and people can be just really stupid in comments. And I know that there's a lot of good comments out there, but I've honestly I barely ever look at the comments. I'm just being truthful, because I'd probably just block half of the people that commented, to be honest with you, just with the stupidness of them and stuff like that. So it's just better I don't look at the comments all in all. Sometimes I'll answer back here and there, but I just kind of learned my lesson that doesn't matter what you say, people are just gonna comment. And so it's kind of like, now I don't bother to block unless it's a real, unless it's like a really trolling comment in a sense. But most of them I miss because I don't even bother to look at them. And it's kind of like, whatever, put your comment down, say whatever. At the end of the day, the comments, those type of comments don't impact me in one way or the other. But I don't answer them because I probably would freaking block so many people and all that stuff. But it's just because of the stupidness sometimes behind some of these comments. And you're like, what the fuck planet did you guys get off of? Where did you come from? But now I'm just kind of letting people just say what they want, as long, and if I come across one that I think is totally absurd or stupid or ignorant, I'll block the comment, or at least I'll remove the comment. But can't be asked. One of those things that you learn in true crime is, doesn't matter. You know, people will donate to the freaking idiots of the world, the little moochers that just leech off of subscribers, that just, you know, totally. Can I say something? Because this one thing bugged me when I was thinking about it today. I really hate it when people say this, and this is just my own pet peeve. You know, to help provide you with better content, you know, please donate to us, consider giving us whatever. No, what you're really saying is, look, I'm too lazy to get out and go do a real job, and this is my job here. Not everybody, okay? Because there's some people that are really, truly good at doing what they do on YouTube. But the ones that constantly are writing for money all the time, and it's like, in order to provide you with better content, basically donate to me so I can sit here on my ass and just bring you somehow better content so I can buy a better microphone, a better camera, just for you guys. You know, I hate it when people say that. No, if people want to donate, they'll donate. But to sit there and act like you're going to give somehow them better content, why? Because those supporters are giving you better microphones, better cameras, buying you a freaking $1 million mansion and shit like that, you know? And yeah, I hate it when they just say that in specific, you know? Or let's do the train today. Let's see how many donations we can get on our, you know, freaking hallelujah, amen train. Oh, I can't stand that stuff. Some of my TikToks are just just my pet peeve, right? You know, when people just make so much about the money side of it, but especially when they say content, that one just bugs me. Oh, don't even get in of the gray hue of the gray variety. Anyways, okay. Let me go to. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go to Plunder for a second, because I just need to take a break for a moment, you know, get myself, refresh my drink, get coming quickly, grab something to eat. But I want to play Plunder video from the other day. Now, if you guys want to watch Plunder, yesterday she put out a video with like the dispatch, okay? But the day before that, she did a big compact video. But I'm just going to play a little bit of Plunder's video. Again, if you're not subscribed to Plunder, that's Paula from Plunder. And she does always a great job and gets so much information. Her and the docket. Now, I know that the docket's not covering this case, I don't believe. But her and the docket, you know, they a lot of times, you know, put a lot of money into getting videos, getting things, you know, for people to watch and stuff like that. Because, you know, they're really good at what they do and gathering the information. But Paula does a really great job of compacting a lot of information into her videos. You know, if there's anyone really to watch when you're following a story, Plunder is definitely one of those go-to people that it's not fluff. She literally just, the whole video is about a few discussions she's talking about along the way, but it's all just, you know, one big, huge lump of information compacted on there. I enjoy Plunder on the docket. Yeah, Eric is the docket on the docket, and Paula, I know her from the Suzanne Morphew case. Eric, how did I come? Oh, Eric. Oh, okay, hold on. Eric. Well, Eric from Twitter, which is the docket. Again, if you guys want information in the docket. Yeah, it's from Twitter with him. You know, Sweetie Pilo, Suzanne Morphew case, Donna Serafina, Suzanne Morphew case, Duty Ron, Suzanne Morphew case, Profiling Evil, Suzanne Morphew case. You know, all these ones were covering the Suzanne Morphew case. But at the time, Profiling Evil, you know, Chris McDonough with his interview room. So Profiling Evil, it used to be Chris McDonough and Mike King, I think his last name is. But anyways, and then they kind of split off, and then the interview room came, and then, you know, Profiling Evil was left. I think his name's, I want to say Mike. Could be wrong. I want to say Mike. So just give me a second here. I had it up and then I closed it off, so I'll just pull it up again. They know more. Okay. Plunder, I see that Clutch Some Pearls is live right now covering the case on there. So it's like, it is nice to see a lot of the Americans taking interest in this case for sure. Doesn't happen very often that we have, these cases that pick up nationally and stuff like that. But again, it's just about getting it out there. Stop screen, share screen. We're going to go back to we'll start it at about here. So again, Plunder True Crime.
Everyone, they're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge search effort going on right now, but we've been pushing.
Okay, let's go by that. Actually,
I'm assuming she would have reception.
Started there. Uh-oh, what's with the squiggly? Come on. Oh, I gotta hit play.
Lily and Jack Sullivan. Her name is Malaya Brooks Murray, and her partner, or the guy they were calling the stepdad, is Daniel Martin. They've both given interviews. It seems like Daniel has given more than Malia has, but I've been searching and searching. I don't know if they're talking about Malia not having phone reception. Supposedly, she was the one who called 911, so I'm assuming she would have reception. But there's this Facebook group I've been following, and I put all my sources below, so many Canadian publications, and some people are saying the dad said he went searching first before 911 was called. There's a lot of inconsistencies people are picking up on.
I know they took their boots. That's pink boots for Lily, blue boots for Jack with dinosaurs on them. Lily had her backpack with white, and it was white, strawberries on it. I imagine now if they're in the woods, that'd be probably brown. But I don't see them carrying their backpack. I don't see them keeping a pull-up on for that long after it got soaked from the very first day. We only found the 2 boot tracks outside of the house.
Whereabouts?
Right beside the house, probably 10 feet away from the backyard.
In the backyard, okay.
Nothing new other than the helicopters are still in the air. And they had dogs. They took around the dogs today. And as of last night, they had 8 more drones going up with infrared. I urge the public to come out if you have anything, come out as fast as possible and get it to any detachment or any police service that you have available to get to talk to. And Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, anything like that. But Lily loves girly things, but she also loves doing everything with Jack, bugs. They're like best friends, not just brother and sister.
Anyway, over the dispatch, we hear them saying, the 6-year-old is the girl, I believe. She's wearing pink. The 4-year-old, who is the boy, Jack, he's wearing blue dinosaur boots. That's all that official had at that point. Later, more details would come out, like the girl allegedly wearing her backpack. And I don't know where the 8 a.m. came from, because during the mom's interview, she spoke about waking up, drifting in and out of sleep. The kids were playing, like right in the room next door or something. And then she says she knows somehow, I don't know if they have Ring cameras or something. I don't know how she knew this knowledge, but she said the children opened the sliding glass door, and this sliding glass door, they can't hear it. And she's drifting in and out of sleep. And then the children, I guess, must have closed that sliding glass door, and they were out there playing. Now, you will see in some of these reports, there's like a lean-to type of wood structure. I know Daniel at some point somewhere talks about cabins, and you'll hear in the dispatch coming up where they've searched cabins. They've done a thorough search, and it's very scary that 6 days later, a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old have not been found. Allegedly, there was a possible boot print or something found, but nothing came of it. From Canada, police did update the public today. Today is Wednesday, May 7th, and they said, yeah, basically nothing came of that boot print. Daniel did mention that in his interview, as if certain boot prints from the kids facing the road were found, but these parents insist, as they say in the dispatch too, the children would not go and cross the road in front of their home. There's this home, it's on Gairloch Road, and it's really dense. I mean, it's beautiful out there, lots of trees, but it's like a lot of slopes, a lot of dangerous terrain. And to imagine 2 children wandering around such terrain, you'll hear in the dispatch coming up too, like one of the rescuers or one of the searchers had extreme muscle cramps. And maybe that's the person they talked about being carried out of the woods today when they talked about it in the presser. I will put the presser at the end for you in case you haven't seen it.
No idea. I had no idea. I'm still searching every day. I'm waiting for information. I have to let them do a lot of their stuff with the aircrafts and everything else, and dogs and searchers. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be coordinated, and I can't just go running through the woods. I want to, but I just can't right now because the searches are so far out.
But okay, this stepdad partner, Daniel Martell, mom, Malia Brooks Murray. Again, I found it so ironic that one dispatcher said, make sure mom stays close to the house. Just make sure mom stays close to the house there in case they happen to sneak up and get back into the house. Now, this is early during the search, during those early moments, during those early hours where perhaps authorities are used to kids just kind of getting out, wandering around, and being found a couple of hours later. So it was great advice. While the searchers are out doing their thing, and the dad and the stepdad partner, her partner is allegedly out searching.
The last few days have been very stressful. I mean, ever since Friday morning when we noticed that the children were gone. Immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, many culverts as I could, and waited for the police to get there.
It was good for this dispatcher to advise, make sure mom stays close to the house. You know, someone has to be there in case, she sees her little ones wandering and she can beckon for them to come to her. Well, this mom left the next day, Saturday, May 3rd. There's a whole lot of drama going on. She left to go to another location. I believe she has a young baby. Her partner has other children. They obviously got into some sort of kerfluffle. There was an incident, apparently Saturday, May 3rd. I even went through a lot of dispatch trying to figure out what happened with this incident. Thus far, on Saturday, I haven't found anything about what the argument was, what the fight was, whatever happened between this couple that caused the woman to skedaddle, to leave her home while her young children are still missing. Daniel's even going to talk about getting interviewed by police. He's going to talk about Malaya blocking him on social media. And so people are like, what is happening during this missing children's case? You would expect the mom and stepdad or her partner to just draw closer together, not farther apart. Some people were wondering, are the police going to announce the arrest of these two? But they didn't. It was a sad, sad presser. But during this search, there have been a lot of different rumors. Everyone turns into a sleuth. Of course, everyone wants to help. There was some rumor about, some foreign men were seen, 2 men, and I guess that's been debunked. And now, even in the dispatch audio, the dispatcher explains a 911 call she received. Someone saw a suspicious vehicle, but it turned out to be nothing suspicious after all.
Okay, so for, otherwise, what are the details? Have they been gone a long time? 0800.
The address, search the last point known.
Member is here on Gairloch Road. We just had a 911 call. Can I go ahead with the details?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you're going to call via 911 from a Karen Ponacau. Kindly about 5 minutes. She was reporting just driving past the black Honda CRV. Nova Scotia marker Golf Mike Fox 320 that left the outdoor recreational park close to the residence. It is permanently closed. Complaint is unsure if related, but it felt a bit strange to her. Driver was a white male around 50 years old, bald with a mustache. And it left from 1480 Gairloch Road. I can send that around to your MWS if it's easier.
So people have their eyes peeled and, they're looking at everyone with suspicion, especially because the parents are inferring potentially that the children were abducted.
When we were searching, we covered everywhere possible. Even in the first day we did. Even with me running through the woods, I was ahead of the helicopters and ahead of the drones and stuff like that. Screaming as loud as I can. And just until my throat hurt. Running through water that was up to my waist. And as soon as I got back, I wasn't allowed back in the woods until a man dressed in a military outfit said I could go back into the woods. I hate being wet and cold. So they immediately would have came right back into the house.
We'll stop it there for a minute on there. So what do you guys think of him? What do you guys think of Daniel? Do you think like he's being truth to a fault? in a sense. And, usually when people, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that he did say, like, when you're telling the truth and have nothing to hide, your story doesn't change, which is true. What do you guys feel about Daniel yourselves? Do you think his emotions are sincere? Do you think that he is actively trying to find the children, even if he thinks that it's an abduction? Or do you think that he is part of it and putting on a pretense in front of us all? And, so what do you guys think about that? Okay. Thanks, Citizen Sleuth. Appreciate that. Yeah. Like I said, Plunder does great work. So same with Docket. Okay. They, like I said, gather a lot of information. They spend a lot of money and get a lot of that footage for you. Docket covers trials a lot as well. Great guy, Eric. Okay, I'm going to brag you for a second, because some people are good at certain things and some people aren't. But yeah, he had asked me to do his intro for him. So I did up an intro for him on there. And I actually really like it, to be honest with you. And that's why the song that plays at the end of this outro is the same song that I have for his intro on there. And like I said, great guy, great people. Paula, she's not the person to sit there and copyright strike, but got to give credit always where credit's due, right? So Evil Exists, I grabbed some pictures and some stuff from his channel just because it was easier, because I knew that it was there. Plunder, like I said, I listened to this entire video, just a lot of information going on, but I'm curious what you guys feel about Daniel in this whole situation and case. Another go to is Grizzly True Crime on there. Grizzly True Crime, yeah, she's really come up a lot in the last year and a half or so, with her channel. She's definitely one of those go-to channels. I'm not even sure what she's at now. Is she over 300K subscribers? I'm not sure. Haven't looked. Have a hard time getting a good read. My heads says he's being genuine, but me being, I don't trust him. Right. I'm torn. Yeah, I think that some of us are feeling that way. Like, usually we kind of have like, yeah, he's part of it. Yeah, he's not. But with Daniel, the thing that I'm 50-50 here on him, because he keeps looking down a lot. He doesn't really look in the eye. He does a lot of looking down. And I don't like that when people look down a lot or around, I like it when people are addressing the person they're talking to properly and not looking away, right, Katie Proudfoot? But to me, there's something here to do with, okay, so they talk about we, right? We were sleeping. Lily came in the room a few times, heard Jack playing. I'm out of consciousness, blah, 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 blah. We definitely, hear this story of we. So this argument happens on Saturday. I think it was Saturday night, which obviously propels like Mahela and the baby to, I think they were told to get off the property or whatever. We know that Daniel is wanting and requesting a lie detector from everyone, including himself. But if they are together that day and in bed and doing everything, why then is she accusing him, like he's saying that her family is saying that I had something to do with it? That doesn't make sense. So that means to me that perhaps that they're covering up something that happened to those children accidentally, that something happened to them. And so that's where I have a problem with him, is because if they keep trying to tell the same story, why would she be accusing him of it being him having something to do with it, and then getting kicked off the property type of thing? So either something happened to those kids, perhaps what she deems as due to his negligence, and she's basically blaming him, but yet they have to cover it up. So that's my potential holdback, is that I don't believe that the kids went out into the woods now. You know, as time has gone by, and being realistic and thinking how far these children could possibly even get, and going again, like I don't believe, to be honest with you, what's coming out of Mahela's mouth. I don't believe what's coming out of, well, they both believe, are trying to say that abduction. Again, is that projecting to us? And is Danielle doing a pretense? You know, when really where people are being sapsuckers and trying to believe him, and because he's coming off, you know, like, here, I'm just helping out in every way I can. I'm doing interviews. I'm doing this, you know, or is this just all, you know, a story of a cover up? Because the whole thing to me is sitting at that Michaela accusing him. And so hence he wants to take a lie detector test. But why would she accuse him if she was with him? Unless something happened to those children in the house that she's placing blame on him for. And then she blocks him. So this is where, to me, there's got to be some truth, problem, maybe, perhaps, to that. You know, that's my holdup. Is there a holdup for you guys as well? But that's not connecting as, right, you know, like how something typically goes. Because usually, you know, you're upset, you know, you're teary-eyed and crying together, you're trying to search together, but blame gets placed on Daniel from Mahela, as he's saying it, and hence he's like, social media is attacking him. Mahela is, like I said, gone off to her mother's, blocks him on social media. He's unable to see their child. So what's that all about then? So there has to be something to this with Daniel and Mahela, like I said, Mahela. Because if they're together, how would you sit there and blame the other person? Unless there was something that perhaps happened inside the house that she feels like he's at fault for. And is it a cover-up? Good night. And happy Mother's Day as well, back to all the mamas. Absolutely. Absolutely. On there, for sure. I'm on the fence. He comes across as genuine and trying to find the children while she is not searching and left the property. Right. And that's just at face value, really, what we're seeing on that. But like what I just said, make that make sense to me. If she's accusing him and yet they were together, then why is their relationship over? And she blocks him and goes up, and then she's at her mother's. So there had to be something, perhaps, that happened to the children that she's blaming him for, and that they both actually know the truth. And perhaps this is why her story doesn't sound sincere, but he's better at acting than she is, perhaps. I'm just saying perhaps, okay? We have to look at everything, regardless. Because I want to believe Daniel, but I can't bring myself to genuinely know if he's being genuine. Because why would she then blame him and he wants to take a polygraph test if they were together? So that's where a possible cover-up of something happened to the children due to their own negligence. And, and they propelled this story. And that's why hers doesn't seem sincere. And perhaps he's overselling to us this sincerity. I don't like being duped by fake emotions. That's why I can't buy into him totally at all, because this is two people that are claiming to be together that day. So there has to be some truth. The children just didn't vanish in the woods. That doesn't seem, it could come true. Just by miracle sakes, it doesn't seem likely. It still could be true. And they got missed, but I don't really see that. I don't see them getting that far and being that lost, that when searchers are going around looking for them, and drones and thermal and all that stuff, I don't see both of them just, eating a wild mushroom and dying and not being found. With stepdad, mom, not so much. I'm sure her story is hogwash. Well, the thing is, that's the thing, though, is that because they connected themselves, right, Charmaine, to the same storyline, that to me, then it would have to be both had some sort of participation in what was perhaps an accident. But again, I don't like to go off the rails on cases, right? I like to stay grounded with thoughts that typically happen in cases, in a sense, and the reasons why people do the things that they do. Obviously, people, like in this case, were they in fear of neglect and that something happened to these children on their watch, and they know damn well that they would be arrested and the baby taken away, right? And they'd be rotten in jail, being charged for their negligence in the death of these children for whatever reason, whether it was through drugs in the house that the children got into, but due to that. So what do they have to lose, to be honest, besides lie and cover up if they have something to do? Because either way, they would be fucked, right? So if you know that your whole life is now ruined because of their own negligence, the next best thing is to lie and try to cover it up and see if you can get away with it. That's kind of how I'm seeing this myself. Not to say that's true, but I think it's a very reasonable thing that nobody wants to go to prison. Nobody wants to think that their bad parenting or that their bad parenting mistake has cost their child their life or their children their life, Nothing adds up, and that's a serious problem. I'm positive RCMP are all aware too. Anyone know if something happened to the kids on the property, if the property owner can be sued? Well, the property owner is his mother, or is it stepmom? No, I don't know. No. I can't see that happening. Their stories didn't 100% match. Right. Did they run out and look or just jump in the car around and yelling? I'm not familiar with RCMP or Canadian protocol, as we're very similar to you in the UK, to be honest with you. Canada and the UK are very similar for a lot of how we do things, and the Privacy Act and the information that gets released. It is totally opposite of United States. Yeah, small inconsistency and words matter. Right. Does the word loved in past tense matter? Was it, this is my thing. I can't take myself away to attach them both because they have both tried to portray the same story. So if I don't believe the children are out in the woods, and I definitely, just like the RCMP and the crime scene investigative unit has said, by experts and whatever, they don't believe there was an abduction. I certainly don't believe there was an abduction either. You guys saw the area. What are the chances that these kids not only go play outside, they wander off to the street, some trucker in a logging truck goes by and was like, oh, I think I'm just going to abduct 2 kids today, on a road that's not well traveled, really. Like, there's vehicles for sure, but I can't see that, So, again, is it just projection to us by Mihaela that, the kids know better? They know that they can only go outside if we're watching them because, on our trashy yard, and our sick children from school, we're these great-ass parents. No. I think some people think that they're really good parents, and they're not. Being a good parent encompasses a lot of things. But I think that they were literally behind school. I can't see them attending. Like, I see, in my head, I just see attendance not being of the utmost priority. I think that the kids have probably had multiple sick days from school. I'd be curious if the bus driver, because he would know. How the king is coming to reopen our parliament. But I digress. Don't get me started. On there. So let's see here. I just want to see if there's, because I was just looking for updates. Like, okay, guys, there's nothing for updates for that part. But again, I do want to reiterate that if you guys see something where it says that Daniel's been charged and that there was a search warrant and stuff, and that the kids have been found and stuff like that, please, honestly, either report the person, but just don't buy into that, okay? It's not true. There's nothing about it that is true about those. It's people looking, it's those pieces of scum looking for their freaking few minutes of fame, plus those idiots reposting it, thinking that it's true, and stuff like that. So bringing awareness to that, okay? There is absolutely no update on any charges to Mihaela or to Daniel, and the children have not been found at this point so far. There's no updates. The news media would have been all over it. If there was a warrant and arrest, we would have seen it already in the news if that truly happened. I just want to see what else we have here. I went over the timeline that Globe and Mail had put out. Charmaine, no comment. I agree. They share 18-month-olds and a CPS would be involved in a missing case. That in itself is motive to cover up an accident if that is what happened. Absolutely. Again, it's kind of like fight or flight. People do, and children do, the darndest things, right? If you're in a pickle and this was an accident, these were accidental deaths of these children, per se, let's just say. Again, it's not, I don't think that this is something that was planned to harm these children. I think it was due to their negligence that something happened to these children, perhaps, not ruling out that they still couldn't be in the woods. But my number one thought is that this happened inside of the home. Something happened to those children, that they know what they were wearing because they were wearing the same ass clothes as what they probably had on, for this child to take a knapsack, you honestly think she was going out, well, let me just go see when my bus comes with my little strawberry backpack on, maybe, but again, if the RCMP don't believe that this has anything to do with an abduction, there's probably a good reason for why they're saying that, hence why the alert didn't go out. So I'm going to trust them in the process that they believe that the children are not alive, they can't be found, and now they would be heavily looking into any of the data, Cellbrite information, again, cell phones that were on the property, around the property when movement was of the truck or the vehicle that Daniel was in, all that information. That's probably why I don't think that this case is going to stay very long. I don't know. Unless some miracle happens, I feel like there's going to be arrest coming, to be honest with you. Do you guys think so? Do you guys think that there's going to be a arrest in this case? For them having something to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily? And let's not forget those beautiful faces. Right. And perhaps the neighbor was correct in that. I just want to go back to my Facebook for a second. Oh, Charmaine. Okay, so just to quickly say it again. So Daniel Martell is what people are deeming as the stepfather or partner of Jack and Lily. For some reason, I keep wanting to say Jack and Jill. Jack and Lily because of the double L's there. Cody Lee Sullivan is the father, the bio father, and has nothing to do with his children. He has a trial coming up in October because he pulled a knife on a seller from Marketplace for items that he was trying to basically steal. The person from Marketplace had enough information that it was led to Cody Lee Sullivan. So no, he's not in jail. He's out on bond, and he has a date, October 25th, I believe, coming up. So that's who that is. On Daniel's Facebook, there's a comment from Janie McKenzie that says, "My handsome son." So that's obviously would be the mother of Daniel. We know that Cindy Murray and Henry Brooks is the father, hence why father and mother of Mahala, hence why her name is Mahala Brooks Murray for that. Then there's what's her name? Oh no, hold on. Belinda, what's her last name again? Belinda Murray? No. Belinda Gray is the grandmother of Mahala, and Jimmy Sullivan, and whatever the other lady's name was. Can't remember the other lady's name. Was it Catherine or anyways, are like Jimmy Sullivan, it would be the grandparents to, in a sense, like basically like saying like step grandparents to Jack and Lily. Yeah, something about her brother. I'm trying to think of his name now. Can't think of it. Saw that. The brother has a record for, I believe it was abuse, if I'm not mistaken. I truly believe that RCs are pressuring parents behind the scenes and trying to get a confession. If they had evidence, they'd charge already. Right? I honestly can't say anymore. There are cases where it seems obvious who did what, and when yet it comes 6 months, years for arrest because of lack of evidence. Absolutely. Suzanne Morphew being one of those cases. Or when you have Harmony Montgomery's piece of shit mother, who's testifying against the dad, and so she can get her ass off because they didn't have enough without her testimony, and they still don't have the location of the baby and stuff like that, or cases like what was someone? What's that mother, Charmaine? The one that got off. What case was that one again? Oh, I can't think of her name. The one that everyone talks about and hates. And then what was she doing? Was she writing a book or something? I can't remember. Oh, I can't think of it. There's too many freaking cases on there. But then you have, Gannon Gannon-Stock's case. What was her name? You know, the narcissistic one that got off, the young mother that obviously did something to her child, but she wasn't convicted. Casey Anthony. Ugh, that's what I'm talking about, Kiki. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's, you know, so many cases. Letitia, yeah. Like, there's so many cases. And I just don't get it. So many cases where, say, a lot of husbands take their wives' lives. And I'm flabbergasted. Especially when it comes to digital data and everything like that. You know, it's one thing for it to be a long time ago and they didn't have that type of DNA testing and digital data, you know, and stuff like that. But I'm just still amazed how many crimes are committed and how many people think that they can get away with it. And yet some of them do because of lack of evidence or, you know, or like in, who knows what will happen with Sebastian Rogers' case. But there's just so many cases. Every time you turn around, you know, it's another case after another case. And it almost feels like being flooded with cases, you know. Koberger. Okay, that guy's guilty as... That's the one I was looking for earlier, you know, with Elijah Vu, was Quentin Simon. You know, just crazy. How do you bring a child into this world, or children, and lock them in closets and rooms and tie them to beds, or be pedophiles to your own children, you know, or commit, you know, stick them and cut them up and stick them in a luggage and all that stuff? How do you... Susan Smith, for the sake of a man, right? Get rid of all her children, drive them off, and then acted like some black guy freaking hijacked her vehicle. You know, it just goes on and on and on, to be honest with you. Okay, so give me another... I'm going to play a little bit more of Plunder here for you guys. Play a little bit more to go on here.
The only two prints are right beside the house facing the road, and then that's it. Post any officers they can get at the New Brunswick border, PI border, and get them at every airport possible. Anybody who has any information, or you think you've seen something or hear something, or any messages from friends about hearing something, just contact your local police services. Anything, guys, anything.
At first, they were wandering the woods. That's the thought process. But now that it's been so long, I guess it's entering the minds of Malia and Daniel. Oh, yes, they really could have been abducted. But it turns out that suspicious vehicle was nothing. So I don't know what's up with this 8 o'clock this morning. The kids were seen in their bedroom, and they haven't been seen since. And my question is, how did Malia know, you know, the kids sneaked out, opened the sliding glass door, and then were playing outside? And I'm thinking, how did she know after the fact the children were allegedly playing outside if she was drifting in and out of sleep? She said, we found out later the children were playing outside. You could only confirm that, in my opinion, is if someone had spotted the children playing outside around 8 a.m. or 10 a.m. whenever they went missing. Do they have any Ring camera footage to prove, oh, we went back and saw that? I haven't found any evidence to say that. In fact, the authorities sound a little frustrated somewhere in this dispatch, because one man says, look, they were last seen in their bedroom, last seen at this residence, you know, the residence of Malaya and Daniel. 8 o'clock this morning, they haven't been seen since. And he's like, I need to, and the audio breaks up so bad. I mean, some of it is horrible, but he's saying, I need to get a good statement and figure this out.
In their bedroom, 8 o'clock this morning, and they haven't been seen since then. I need to get a good statement and figure stuff out.
And a woman on there says, just so everyone's aware, based on the profile, the children could have traveled at least 6 kilometers. I'm like, whoa, that's quite a long way. Perhaps they could have in that terrain. Maybe the children are used to wandering those woods with their little boots on. But I'm thinking, oh my goodness, a 5K, like I used to run is what, 3.2 miles, a 6K even longer than that. That sounds like a lot. But today, unfortunately, they are scaling back the search. And if you kind of read between the lines, they're still working the case. Of course, they're still looking for Jack and Lily. They're not going to give up looking for them. But it's sad. The police literally said today, Wednesday, the likelihood that they're alive is very low. It's been 6 days since these young children went missing. At first, it was believed that the children were wandering into the woods, and that's what the police were told. But now I don't know if that's necessarily the case. So Lily is 6. Again, Jack is only 4. It's this Gairloch Road in Lansdowne Station, Pictou County. I'm trying to get the pronunciations correct. Now, all the reports are saying the children wandered away from the home just after 10 a.m. That's what the statement said from the RCMP, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. So Lily has shoulder-length hair, light brown, and she has bangs. So she could be wearing her pink sweater, pink pants, and pink boots. And according to Daniel, she, has her backpack with her. Now, of course, I understand that initial descriptions might be a little bit off, like you might notice, oh, their boots are missing. They're probably wearing their boots. Or Lily's wearing pink. And the only thing we got about Jack, well, now his hair is short and blonde. It looks like he's, had a buzz cut or a cut. In his most recent photos, police say he's wearing blue dinosaur boots. No other clothing description was available at first. Like perhaps he just has a pull-up on, like Daniel spoke of. The mom spoke of, oh, I hope it's not, they hate being wet and cold, so they would have come back in. And Daniel spoke of, oh, the pull-up would have been full the first day, so I can't see them running around there. And then Jack all of a sudden may have been wearing brown pants too.
She was also carrying a white backpack with strawberries on it. Martell says although he didn't see Jack that morning, he is believed to be wearing a brown shirt, brown pants with a pull-up diaper on underneath, and blue rain boots with dinosaurs on them. He also refuted the claim that the two children are nonverbal, saying while they are on the autism spectrum, they are quite trusting and say hi to everyone.
So there's that whole nonverbal thing there. Like I said, it kind of goes without saying. And just like Paula said there as well, like we said earlier, same thing, right? There's only 2 ways that they would have known about how they left. Either there's a camera footage or another adult seeing them, like from the camper. I'm going to stop this for a second because I want to screen share for a second. I haven't fully read this person's post, but I do want to read it because I find it interesting. I think it was this one here. Okay. So you guys probably can't see it. If I take myself off, maybe you can see it better. But anyways, so this post says, and this was 2 hours ago, in the Missing Jack and Lily Uncensored Discussions and Updates. I believe the parents are lying about the timeline of Jack and Lily's disappearance. A neighbor reported a party at their house the night before, and it's possible that the parents were sleeping off drugs or alcohol when the children woke up and attempted to go to school on their own. The fact that Lily had her backpack with her supports the idea that they were trying to catch the bus, right? Okay. The children's scent reportedly stops at the end of the driveway where they would normally wait for the school bus. I think they may have missed it, and someone offered them a ride. Given what I've read about Pictou County being a hotbed for human trafficking and the number of dangerous offenders living in the area, it's possible that they were abducted at this point. If the children's parents were truly unaware of when the children left the house, they likely didn't realize that they were missing until much later and made up a story to avoid the consequences of neglect. In this case, the real window of abduction could be much earlier than they have claimed. I hope it's considered. Jack and Lily deserve to be found, and my heart is with everyone hoping to bring them home. Okay. So I'm just kind of curious what you guys, even though the RCMP don't believe that there's an abduction, I'm just kind of curious about that. You know, if Jack and Lily were trying to catch the bus, you know, and human trafficking supposedly area, if they started walking, perhaps, and then someone stopped to help them, does anyone at all kind of think along those lines with this case? And if you do, or even if you don't, what percentage, like if you were to give it a percentage out of 1 to 100, what percentage do you think the likelihood of that scenario would be? Charmaine says, how do you not see your 4-year-old by 10 a.m.? Well, telling you, Charmaine, it's because I'm thinking that these are lazy parents. And if they did have a party, I agree that they were probably sleeping it off and she was probably in and out. I'm sure it's not due to the fact of the baby so much. How can the bio mom and boyfriend have such conflicting descriptions of the children? Boyfriend says they are nonverbal, and the bio mom says that they can chat people up. I'm confused. I need to check that post out. I have the same thoughts. I mean, you know, at the end of the day, I know that the RCMP have said that they don't believe it's an abduction, you know, and they're probably saying it for good reason, of course. But does that make it so? Unless, of course, they have information far than what we know, you know, obviously it's a possibility like anything else, you know, about Lily having on her knapsack, you know, footprints kind of end there. Seems more somewhat far-fetched to me, you know. Do you guys remember that case where this little girl, that was her birthday, and she went to the end of her property, you know, about getting a package or whatever, and that the driver had like hit her or something? Is that how it went, Charmaine? Remember the little girl with the FedEx driver or the UPS driver, one of those drivers? And basically it's like her birthday presents were there, and they ended up finding her down the road because it's like, I think he hit her, and then he basically tossed her body off to the fucking side of the road, and she was like not too far. What does the bus driver look like? The bus driver, let me see. Did I take a screenshot of him? The bus driver. If not, I can pull it up. Let's see. I think I might have taken a screenshot on my phone. I'll just pull that up. Give me a second here. One second here. Let's watch Evil Exists on this one. It's just a 2-minute video. Share screen. So we'll give props to Evil Exists. Shout out.
Siblings, Jack and Lily Sullivan, has captured the attention of people around the globe. Many are invested in this case, praying and hoping that the children are found. From the beginning, the stepfather and mother have been under intense scrutiny due to a number of red flags in their statements. We know that the children last attended school on Tuesday, the 29th March. They went to school and returned home on the school bus, and today we hear from that bus driver. He seems heartbroken at the news of their disappearance. This is bus driver Brian Ward, and he has to answer questions from the other children on the bus every afternoon about whether Jack and Lily have been found. Upon getting these questions, he responds to the children, saying not yet, but police are doing everything they can to find Jack and Lily. This picture broke my heart, as he pointed out their seats on the bus. Lily and Jack's seat in the front, to the right, has sat empty, with their names still taped above it, since April 29th, when Mr. Ward last dropped them off at the end of their dirt driveway after school. I'm devastated. I'm absolutely devastated, said Mr. Ward, whose children Nicholas Carr, who is 4 years old, and Troy Carr, who is 7 years old, are friends with Lily and Jack, and often sat with them on the bus ride home from school. He says he can't even sleep at night. Both kids attend Salt Springs Elementary, a small rural school about a 20-minute bus ride from their home that serves 86 children from communities across southern Pictou County. The school has been provided with psychologists, counselors, and other school board support staff to help staff members and students with questions and providing calm coping strategies during this difficult time. Mr. Ward is being proactive in his search for Lily and Jack too. He headed out into the woods as soon as he heard the children were missing. He rode around on his ATV to search for them. He described the kids as full of life, always smiling and laughing. Lily would let out these high-pitched squeals, and she was a bit of a drama queen. He gave an example. If she had a sore foot, she'd say her foot was broken. Jack sometimes fell asleep on the way home from school, but more often than not he was chatty. He'd say, "Bus driver. Hey bus driver." If he was trying to talk to you and he couldn't get your attention, the little bugger would take his boot off, throw it at you. Jack is famous for throwing his boots at me. Sadly, after all these days, Lily and Jack are still missing, and while authorities have scaled back the search, I do think they are looking at things from a more investigative approach now, and suspecting foul play. Pointed out their seats on the bus. They're doing everything they can to
Okay, so that was from Evil Exists, and I know that that article was out there, but I thought I'd play his video when it's, someone that's talking, and that's so sad, honestly, for everyone that's involved with this tragedy, really, because I think most of us feel like these children are definitely not alive at this point, and it's just so heartbreaking to see two beautiful young kids that still had a whole life to live, and that something has happened to them. But as for the bus driver, and see how Lily is spelled with 2 L's there as well. Jack and Lily would sit in that seat, and yeah, I mean, just the impact. I mean, you guys know how we feel without even knowing Jack and Lily. You know, we take these cases on, and they just hurt our heart, you know. So all these people that sometimes people don't remember or think about, all the children that are getting on that bus that no longer see Jack and Lily get on the bus, you know, the bus driver that doesn't get to see them again, you know, teachers, whichever. Remember, it's like housed, like I said, 86 students, right, across the county and stuff like that. It's just also just so heartbreaking. But I definitely feel like this case is going to not be too long before answers come, to be honest with you. I don't really see this being a case that goes cold at all. I myself see very soon answers in this case for this. Just quickly, let me look at your comments here. And again, for anyone that's watching, just ask, please just hit that like and the share button. Spread the awareness of this case, especially when it comes to the missing children. Even though I know with this case, it doesn't seem likely that they're still out there. But regardless, is, you know, if it hits the right person, or perhaps it makes someone speak out that maybe is withholding information, you know, because we all know a lot of people don't like to be part of things. And there's a lot of people out there that don't say anything, but sometimes guilt will override them and stuff like that. But I still think that there's a lot to be said about Mihaela accusing Daniel of something to do with Jack and Lily, and yet they were together that day. So like I said, either it's because both of them have involvement and know of the negligence. Perhaps the kids are out there somewhere and they were overlooked. Perhaps they were abducted. Seems less likely, based on the information from people that have more information, meaning the RCMP and the crimes, who believe that Lily and Jack are no longer with us, and that why they scaled back the search. They said if they believed that they were out there, of course they would still be out there, but because they don't feel that, obviously they're going to scale back the search and not put out the resources there. They're going to use the resources for obviously more investigative, probably things that they feel is going on, perhaps, but they don't feel like it was an abduction. Hence why there was no Amber Alert issued. Is Daniel being honest with us and how he's projecting himself as being that caring stepdad that seems to care more about the kids than the mother? Does the mother know more? Was this, like I said, a concocted story for self-serving purposes, because they would lose their baby and basically end up in jail and be charged? So what do they have to lose if they concoct a story and try to, stick together somewhat? But then again, if you're trying to stick together, would you block the other person from social media? There's something there with Mihaela that she's blaming Daniel for this, but yet they're claiming that they were in bed, that they heard the kids. Lily came in and out. They've projected this image of that in hindsight, that obviously the kids slid out the silent door out back and were playing, and then just poof, went off in the woods. And one saying nonverbal, the other one saying verbal, where's, I don't know, just definitely some different inconsistencies. And, that can easily happen if a story has to come together really quick and you've only run down the gist of what you're going to say, and then it starts breaking down. So we'll see, right? The school bus theory, let me see here. The school bus theory is the only scenario that makes sense if the kids didn't pass in the home. I mean, yes, it is definitely a ponder for thought about that, right? If indeed the backpack, the children left and Lily did put on her backpack, and, maybe they were passed out and did want to go to school because they actually wanted to go to school. Could make sense, but obviously this would be looked into by the RCMP in that whole situation. Obviously, they would do their due diligence that way, and then they've come back with the answer that no, they weren't abducted. They don't believe that at all. And he panicked and he took her, killed her, and dumped her. He started, yeah, you're talking about that one. Yeah, that was about the UPS driver or whatever it was. Charmaine, I agree. I think the kids may have gone out to catch the bus on PD day, Wednesday, perhaps not informed it was a day off of school, and they took the initiative to defend themselves. Right. We ourselves don't honestly know what day this happened on. We're told it's a Friday, and it might absolutely be a Friday. It would be hard for me to believe that the stepmom in the camper, so maybe there is that knowledge that she heard the kids outside in the backyard, but then why wouldn't she if that was the case, you would think then that she would check on them, because remember, the kids aren't allowed in the backyard by themselves without them being watched, so is there that, did they learn of Jack and Lily, because of perhaps the stepmom on the property in the van, and that's what she's saying that they didn't know that at the time. Perhaps, could be, it could be, right? We don't know that because we haven't heard it, but obviously it's either camera or someone else seen in order to have that type of information that Mihaela was saying. But if what happened, why not be honest with you? But if this is what happened, however, I keep going back to something happening to the kids in the home on the property. They may have ingested something, is what I'm thinking. Well, we'll see, like I said, what plays out with that. Was it Athena Strand case you were thinking of? No, Athena. I think I was thinking about that one earlier. No, that Athena. Was that Athena? Is that the one? Let me just take a look. Yeah, Athena. Yep. Yep, that was the one. I couldn't remember the name for some reason, but that's the one. Explore, but so hard to because of all the dishonesty. I don't, like, myself, to be honest with you, with this case, I don't feel at this moment that it's like, unless I'm delusional. But there's cases like Summer Wells or Sebastian Rogers that totally become a circus, like an absolute circus of false information and just like the weirdest shit happening and stuff like that. With this case, I'm personally, like, I know that there's people out there projecting whatever, but I don't feel that like the Delphi case where you're such riddled with misinformation that you don't know the truth from one end or the other. I don't feel like that with this case. I feel like in a lot of ways it's a very kind of straight line case that either this happened or this happened, but I don't feel that it's too diluted with a bunch of different bullshit. Yes, people are trying to say that Daniel was arrested and blah, 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 blah. False. Some people are saying that the kids were found. False. But I don't feel like at this point that it's turned into a case that's so diluted with misinformation that we're trying to understand. I think that this is kind of like one of those cases where, like Sebastian Rogers, that this could have happened, or this happened. And there's really nothing else. It's either this, or this, you know? Whereas Delphi, you guys all know, was just freaking who the fuck done it case forever. And then all of a sudden some random Richard Allen guy gets arrested out of nowhere. Wish they had an air quote emoji. Because they were together that day, yes. But sleeping. No. Again, a lot of it to me boils down to if I believe in what Daniel's saying, if I believed in what Daniel's saying, then I would have to believe that the children did kind of wander off, and that something perhaps happened to him. If I was to not believe him, that's because him and Mihaela have the same story, in a sense, for the most part, of what they're trying to say happened. And is that believable or not? And again, if Mihaela if he's taking a lie detector test because Mihaela's family and her are basically blaming him, and yet they were together even if they're sleeping or whatever, it doesn't matter. It becomes if there's blame placed, that Mihaela believes that the reason these children might have died in the home is from him because of something that happened that he did, or drugs he might have had in the house, perhaps, assuming, So I don't know if Daniel is being genuine or not. He's doing everything that makes him seem like he's being genuine. He's doing what we would usually expect from people that have missing children. Odd, of course, that he's doing all this projecting while the mother that's accusing him of having something to do with Jack and Lily disappearance, But is Mihaela, is she, like, did they get into a big argument, because she's blaming him for why these kids disappeared? I don't know. I feel like it's kind of like if she's blaming him and then he's doing everything to try to help, who's lying, who's telling the truth? Are they both lying? Are we being made to be made fools a little bit by trying to believe that he's being sincere in his emotions, even though he's projecting really the right things that we would want to see, whereas she's not, but yet she's the one projecting that he's has something to do with it, hence why it kicked off, and that why he wants to take a polygraph. I mean, those are words out of his mouth. Person said that they were feeding the 18-month-old, then they were sleeping. Who the heck is taking care of feeding Lily and Jack? Again, I'm kind of deeming them as, what did you just think of? 1 second. Did the children often take themselves to the bus? I'm sure that the mother would say no, considering they couldn't even go out in the backyard without them being around. I'm sure that they would project that they were, again, these good parents that did take them to the bus. Or did she watch from the window? I find it odd that the clothing of one child was known and not the other. It seems that these kids really did take care of themselves, dressed. Sounds like the kids were wearing the same clothes that they had on the day before. Yeah, FedEx. Did parents go check at the camper for the kids? If not, why? Is there something else about that brother and mother that kids aren't allowed there? I'm not sure I'm understanding what you're saying, actually. Charmaine, is there something else about the brother and mother that the kids aren't allowed there? You mean like in the camper? What's up with that? Is there something that's been said about the kids and the camper? Like, were they not allowed to, like, bother them? Or I'm just not sure. Like, I don't know enough about the brother or the mother besides it being said that they lived in the camper, or at least the stepmom did, of Daniel's. I think they swallowed something where they weren't supposed to. Cream puff? Well, it definitely wasn't a cream puff. I'll tell you that if they did, And if it's so, it was a cream puff that was laced with some drugs that were laying around the home that perhaps the kids got into from the party. Hence, when they perhaps woke up, the kids actually, instead of being alive and sneaking out a window, perhaps were dead from taking drugs. Perhaps. Scenario. Okay? Scenario. Love the same. By the way. I mean, I think I'm too tired to understand you at this moment. Oh, okay. Charmaine, I do find it odd that we have not heard about any involvement/reaction by the other two adults on the property the day the children went missing. Well, I don't, to be honest with you. Because this is something where they would have been speaking with the RCMP, but not everyone wants to give an interview, right, or talk to a camera and stuff like that. So it doesn't mean they're not talking, but maybe just not publicly, right? To someone trying to interview them. Yeah, that's never their. They never said they ran to check over there. Oh, I see. Right. Yeah. I mean, basically, I guess unless they're classifying that as they were yelling and looking around for them, like maybe that was just because it was all encompassed in that or whatever. Let's 1 second here. I want to go back to. Just want to go back to this for a sec, just for the sake of it. Okay, so we have, that post that I just read not too long ago. And then this post says, Lily and Jack Sullivan's aunt has, make sure I shared that. Okay. Lily and Jack's aunt has been using social media to request that the public share photos of the children in order to assist with the search. In one of her posts, she mentioned that the children are nonverbal. I don't think that they're nonverbal. However, their mother later clarified that the description is inaccurate, stating that both children are able to communicate and are not fearful of strangers, making them likely to more engage in a conversation. A teacher who worked with them both children described them as low verbal. Okay. A teacher who worked with the children described them as low verbal, while the mother is familiar with and understands their communication style. Yet their mother said that they can talk your ear off. Wow, she is so suspicious. What does this person say? Jack, I think this is the same person that did this top one, right? Jack. Oh, this must be all Jack or whatever. This is the mother's grandfather. He is passed now, but the Brooks family have many dark secrets. I am posting without my name, as I am related to both Brooks and the Crofts. My mother took me out of Nova Scotia after I was born to keep me safe. So Wayne Joseph Croft. Okay, that's so that Shubenacadie or whatever it's called. That is another that you know how Mahala's mother is from the Skippaneetakik or whatever reservation. That's so there's another reservation for that same one in that Shubenacadie place. That these are weird. Like you guys, doesn't matter how Canadian you are, unless you're like native. Most of us cannot pronounce half of these words that they come up with. Okay. So, but that one seems Shubenacadie, whatever, has compiled with monitoring conditions of a peace bond placed on him in court and was wearing an ankle bracelet equipped. Okay, so this is the mother's grandfather. So Wayne Joseph Croft. Precious children. Look at these two. Come on now. Look at these two. What does this say? Oh, this person says, as I've been following true crime for a very long time, I would like to tell people there is a right way and a wrong way to comment. Well, absolutely. So none of you will be charged with slander. Well, to be honest, to be charged with slander is like so hard to do. I mean, even Bullhorn Betty got all her charges dropped as they were trying to project slander and all this other stuff. But still, there is a right way and a wrong way to comment. It's basically you never just want to literally say that this person did it and they were the killer. That happened in the Summer Wells case instantly. People were instantly calling Don Wells a murderer without even having any facts and stuff like that. Bottom line is that to me that's still correct. You can give your opinion, you can give your thoughts about things, but to sit there and outright say that somebody did something and that they had, well, hold on a second. I did that with Barry Morphew earlier, didn't I? Barry Morphew, you're still not innocent, and I don't give a shit. But I mean, it is true, right? When we don't know the facts, but to say that Daniel, killed the kids and outright say it like that, instead of just saying it's like my opinion or my thoughts, you should always say that rather than just coming out and saying like, this person did it, and then it come to fruition that they had nothing to do with it. Then, what else is being said here? Let's see, dedicated to regular daily calls. What's this one? No, this is a different story. Okay, I think that was it on there. I honestly, I honestly really don't know how much more to go over with, to be honest with you. The poll is Jack and Lily, lost in the woods 5%, parent involvement 57%, abducted 9%, not sure, time will tell though, is 29%. That's my thing is that there's definitely only certain scenarios that could have happened here. Yeah. That there's no doubt about that. Either abduction, either lost in the woods, either parents had something to do with it. I mean, really, what more options is there than that? UFO flew down, picked them up, So those are the only realistic options out there. But because the RCMP have determined that they were not abducted, there's nothing to show anything that they were abducted. That becomes, like, to me, at the very bottom of the realistic things that could have happened. I do feel like for myself, it does. From just one of my own gut thoughts, I'm just thinking that this is a cover up. There's lying going on here, and I think it was something that wasn't intentional to happen, but people are trying to cover their asses because there's a baby involved named Meadow, and that perhaps that seems to me the one that is outweighing the most, because the mother's story doesn't seem believable to me. The inconsistency of kind of how she is left and she blocked him, and there's something going on there. There's something going on there on Saturday. I'm pretty sure that if a neighbor saw a party there on Thursday and that information is accurate, it's probably true, and then that leaves you to believe, okay, I don't know that I would say trafficking would be, I don't feel like trafficking in this case. I know trafficking is huge, in a lot of places in a sense, but I'm not feeling trafficking. So I guess that would be another option. I'm just not feeling that vibe myself at all. I just feel like there's something between Daniel and Mihaela that's just not right. And that's why it's coming across the way it is. Should have been more clear. I meant that the bio mom and boyfriend did not mention the other two adults, and if they checked with them, checked or the camper for the kids. No, they haven't mentioned it. You're right. Yeah, they haven't mentioned it. Like, they're like, even Daniel, he's never he's not mentioned anything about check with my mom or my stepmom or whatever she is. Is it stepmom, Charmaine? Is it the stepmom that lives on the property of Daniel? Because the actual mom, his mom, is Janice Mackenzie or Janie Mackenzie. My bad. Just gonna play, just for the sake of it, only because I really, honestly, you guys, I mean, I could just go relax and chill and make dinner and stuff like that, but I got a little bit. I'll do a little bit more here. I'll just stay on a little bit longer here. And I'm going to just go back to, just going to play a little bit more of Plunder on this, because I think that she does a really good job.
According to Martell, his side of the family are currently the only ones at ground zero after Lily and Jack's mother left the county Saturday. But still, he remains, begging anyone with answers to come forward and bring his children home safe.
So I understand initially where you might not remember what your children could be wearing. But then if you look around and you see things are missing, you're like, okay, perhaps they had that on. But I don't see how a person could be so sure. Lily's carrying her backpack. You know, she had her backpack with her if no one saw her. Because according to Malaya, she was in and out of sleep, you know, and then she woke up and she's like, wait, I don't hear the kids. And she asked Daniel, like, do you hear them? People are picking up on so many red flags. There's a YouTuber, I think it's titled No Truer Words, doing an analysis of these parents. It was very good. Their statements, really good. Daniel, one time he slipped into the past tense, I heard, about Lily loved playing with her brother like they were best friends and all that. I heard him slip into the past tense once, and that's scary. Now, during the presser, they did say that Major Crimes has been involved pretty much since the beginning, maybe since Saturday, since they treat all missing cases as suspicious. But of course, they wouldn't go into detail about, well, we really think something shady's going on here. After all, this is Canada. We're not going to be able to get public records like we do in the United States. Some people were already like, I can't wait to see the parents' interrogation. And they're like, what do you mean? You're not Canadian, are you? What's that about? No, I can't help it. I've been listening to so much of these beautiful accents and these beautiful people like risking so much. They're so tired looking for these children. And I think they were even looking for a kayak or two. Some of the audio just is like steps on top of each other. It's like multiple audio tracks going on at once. And that's why I try to only pull the snippets that might be a little bit relevant. But Daniel's claiming he was in his home in Lansdowne. It was early Friday morning with Malaya. They have a 16-month-old baby. So he's saying, okay, he could hear 6-year-old Lily. He could hear 4-year-old Jack on the move around their home. And I get that. I understand. You know, you have a young baby, you're paying attention to the baby, or you're sleeping, trying to get all the sleep you can. And the other, still young kids, but they have a lot of energy. They're up early. Daniel says, as soon as I noticed that I didn't hear anything, I immediately jumped out of bed. I searched the bedrooms and looked in the backyard because they go looking for bugs and grass to feed the chickens. And when I noticed they weren't there, I jumped in my vehicle and surveyed every dirt road and culvert I could find. So that's where people got it from, saying Daniel was driving around just looking. I remember him mentioning the culverts. He's looking around. But this is the weird part. Daniel said since the disappearance of the children, their mom has left to be with her family in another part of the province and has blocked him on social media. So does that mean Malaya knows something about what Daniel did? Did Daniel do anything? Is there foul play? A lot of people, of course, are thinking foul play. And again, I'm not accusing anyone. These children could have really wandered off into the woods. They really may have been abducted. I don't know. I'm just praying for a miracle. I'm praying for a miracle in Jesus because I just hate all these cases with so many children being harmed. But Daniel says, I'm feeling terrible, just like the last few days. It's just me on my own with my family out here. I don't know why she left. Now, some people are wondering, okay, did the police advise her to leave the home? Is she flipping on Daniel and saying he's suspicious? Or are they both suspicious? Are neither one of them suspicious? What's going on? Why would this mom leave her home with her children just missing? It's strange. He's going to talk about his interrogations a little bit. Initially, that dispatcher, of course, was advising the mom, Malaya, to stay near the home. Makes sense. It's the first few hours of the search. They had no idea. They'd be 6 days into this search with these children missing. But Daniel is saying that Lily and Jack would not have made it far into the woods on their own. And that's what the questions were today during the presser. Reporters were saying, look, You guys have searched so many places. Like, I've listened to a lot of dispatch. You won't know how many hours and hours I scrubbed through, pulling out the important parts. Sounds like they have helicopters up, they had drones up, they were coordinating, they were doing a grid search. I mean, someone searched so long and hard, they had extreme muscle cramps. These people are working to find these children and to not find a clue. Allegedly, there was a pink blanket found, but reportedly the cops were told it wasn't related to these children. Even in the upcoming dispatch audio, you'll hear one searcher say, I found like an onion bag. Is this something that the kids were known to play with? So they were out there deep in those woods searching for any kind of clue. Daniel said they would have found them in the woods by now. So I'm urging the public to come forward if they have anything to say or offer. So he's kind of blaming others like, okay, if you guys know anything, let me know. I don't think they'd make it far. As soon as they get their clothes or boots wet, they immediately want to take them off and go back inside the house. Whew, scary. So I did hear the cops say they were searching cabins. They were clearing cabins. They got a tip, something about Walmart, but that turned out to be a negative. I guess the one authority was able to compare a photo of the children with, I don't know what the Walmart tip was. Someone thought they were there. And then the searcher with those extreme muscle cramps. But according to Globe and Mail, and you can hear in the audio too when Globe and Mail shows up at the scene pretty early Friday into the search. But according to that publication, more than 100 people who were assisted by helicopters, drones, tracking dogs. They have not pulled out the cadaver dogs yet. That's what we learned in the presser. Maybe that will be their next step, they said. They were scouring and searching this densely wooded swath of the province. Daniel told the Globe that police interviewed him for 4 hours at the Pictou County RCMP detachment in the town of Stellarton Tuesday night. So this was just last night. Makes sense because when children this young aren't found, there's no hide or hair of them. Nothing in the woods near that home that all these searchers could find. Staying up Lord knows how many hours of the night. This is after the 5th day, so this is Tuesday night. He gets interviewed for 4 hours. They're digging and digging. So again, it's saying Lily and Jack were reported missing at 10 a.m. And their mom, Malia, and Daniel, said they woke up, it was a silent home, and that surprised them. But Daniel said, my story has been consistent. When you tell the truth, it's always consistent. So I don't know, maybe Daniel is telling the truth. I can't sit here and throw this man under the bus. I can't throw Malia under the bus. Stranger things have happened with children going off into the woods and being rescued alive. I don't know without researching the limit of how long a young child has survived in woods like these before, but we've heard stories, we've seen beautiful stories where a child is off in the woods for 2 or 3 days, and sometimes they're with their dog or they're just protected. The Lord protected them. This story, however, people are wondering, were these children ever in the woods? Were they really ever, sneaking out the sliding glass door? Or is that just a tall tale? According to CNBC, Malia's mother, Cindy Murray, spoke to them in a brief phone interview. She said, we're just hoping and praying for the best. That's it, for our babies to come home. And she also added, this is why it was brief, I'm sure, that police have advised the family against speaking with the public. So she's the grandmother of 6-year-old Lily and 4-year-old Jack, the mom of Malia. As far as Daniel's interview, he says, look, police told him walk them through just step by step, all those details, whatever happened Friday, May 2nd, the day the children were reported missing, and even the previous few days prior to that. They are like telling him draw maps and locations wherever the children could possibly be. We've seen investigators do this, they're like, where do you even think they could be? That when they're trying to get info out of a person, they're like, just in your mind's imagination, where could these children be? So now this was confusing too. Neither child had attended school that week since Tuesday. That's what Daniel told the Globe. He said they were kept home. They were kept home Thursday and Friday, and then Wednesday was no school because Lily had a cough. So it was confusing. Some people were understanding it initially. They didn't go to school Friday, and then they learned, they didn't go to school Thursday and Friday. But then I guess we didn't know there was no school Wednesday. So basically, apparently, allegedly, the children had gone to school that Monday and Tuesday, and then they were home Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And that leads me to believe, was it a powder keg? Was it like this, when kids are home? And also, the children allegedly are on the spectrum, some level of autism. I mean, there's this video of, I believe it may have been Jack's birthday. I don't know if he turned 2 or what. I was grateful someone.
Second, there we go. Stop that there for a minute on there. Anyways, again, that's this is Plunder that we're watching. So if you're not subscribed to Plunder, please do. Again, she's always very thorough. She's very good at what she does, and she compacts a lot of information. When it comes to the cases, she's always done a really good job of that. And that's why I had watched her entire video about this case, because honestly, the news puts out certain information, but you obviously know that usually the true crime community digs and puts out information to do with more so Facebook posts as well, things that are being said or shared or sometimes like that, but still keeping it real to the information that we know. I just think that certain things the news is good for, and I also think that certain things that YouTubers are good for, and that's trying to dig and unearth a ton more information when it comes to these cases. And that's why I think, just all in all, eventually in time, I'm sure that there's going to be a time where the police and Ellie and that are going to be more willing to unite more so than unite more, because the power of the internet, there's nothing like it, about how fast we can spread information and how much more information can get out there. So I think that cohesively, that the two, even though we know that there's people out there that are just scum of the earth and doing da-da-da-da-da, but I think in general, the power of the ability to have true crime community, as well as the news, as well as the RCMP and Ellie and all the different places, a lot more information can come through it, but still always trying to keep it to the accuracy of the case, and the speculation being just that, speculation, because we don't know. I can't remember, there was something that she was talking about in here that I was going to bring up, but it slipped my mind now, because I went past the point of when she was talking about it. Yeah, I don't think there's much else, guys, besides the fact of just bringing awareness. I was taking a look earlier. There's been 3,970 views and only 107 likes. But I do want to appreciate the people that hit like, right? And that hit share and like button on there, because it's just really important to keep this information out there. I do, again, think that this case is going to have a resolution to it soon. And unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be a good outcome regardless of what happened to the children, because the children, I don't believe, are no longer with us, sadly. Isn't it so hard just to look at the cute little faces, And I like Paula. She's very she's very passionate about what she does as well. And like we all say, like, these cases are hard when they involve children. And you see these two smiley faces, and yet something happened to them. And that if they are no longer with us, they didn't live a long life. They didn't get to enjoy it till its fullest. Perhaps their lives were taken from them. Sounds like perhaps. I just can't see them. I don't know. I just don't see possibly the bus thing, abduction. I'm just not seeing that. It seems like more a plausibility, but more of the far-fetched one. The wood one could make some sense, but I think that they would have been found, considering they're just 6 and 4 years old. they wouldn't have got very far. Usually a 4-year-old for sure would be like, my feet are sore, I'm tired, let's rest, than just traipsing off further and further. But could it have happened? Well, you never know, but I do think that this story will unfold rather quickly with this. So I think with that being said, you guys, prayers, of course, for Jack and Lily, and to any of the family members and that are waiting for and looking for answers for that. And other than that, thank you guys for joining tonight. I know I stayed on longer. It's like 4-hour live and 20 minutes. To be honest, I don't know. Sometimes I just like to chill, and today I was just going to chill, do a live, on this case. And then we'll see if any updates come out soon. Happy Mother's Day again to all the mothers out there for tomorrow. Again, Suzanne Morphew disappeared today, 5 years ago on Mother's Day, when it was the 10th. And that was on a Sunday on there. Hey, Sharon. Thank you, guys. I know it's one of those things that's just like, I wish there was more to say. I wish that there was more that we could learn with this case. But really, just, if somebody says anything about that they've been found or that, Daniel has been arrested, just check your facts before spreading misinformation across the internet. It really does do a lot of harm. It really does complicate things when people do spread misinformation and stuff like that. Try to do your due diligence for, at least try to fact that, because like I said, that one post that I showed you earlier where it's saying that Daniel was arrested and blah, 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 and everything struck me about that post as odd because if they're talking together about the case as if they were both sleeping and woke up and they heard this and they heard that and da-da-da-da-da, why was Mahala's name not mentioned in that post, but everything was gearing towards, it was all about Daniel and his abandonment or whatever it was of the kids and neglect and stuff like that, and it just didn't sound right. And I looked and there was no information in the news, and we all know that we would have seen something come out in the news talking about that. So just try to not spread misinformation and try to check it before like reposting it and feeding into that crap, because there's a lot of people out there that really do shit to cases and they don't care. They don't care about anybody but themselves and their couple minutes of fame that they get off of going, haha, I just messed with all these people. I don't care about these kids, truly. I'm just caring about that I'm fucking with people and stuff like that. Anyways, yeah, happy Mother's Day, guys. You guys have a great day tomorrow. Hopefully you get treated well. And if you don't have anybody, then loves and hugs from It's a Criming Shame to you on Mother's Day. And yeah, I think that's about it. Thank you, Charmaine. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for all your input. Thanks for any subscribers that have subscribed to the channel. Always know that this channel tries to stay always with the facts and speculation. If you have a viewpoint, that's perfectly fine. Always be respectful and kind to each other while you're in chat. Then we don't have any issues whatsoever. That's what I really do like about the channel, is that I don't put up with, stupid arguments throughout chat and stuff like that. Either you want to be here and have an opinion and be respectful and say it in a respectful manner, because everyone has the right to their opinion, even if their opinion is far out there and we might disagree with it. It's just about the respect of us being adults and us just acting like, adult humans in a community that's supposed to be about caring and kindness and representing the missing and the murdered and the missing and stuff like that. But always remember this world will be a nicer place in it if people were kinder and more loving and caring to one another. I have a shirt that actually says be kind, but obviously I got a big heart on my thing on there because like I said, I like the fact that I'm very caring about cases, and it's genuine, sincere, and honest, as we talk. And Charmaine, thank you again for last night's live. And thanks everybody. Okay, so with that being said, you guys take care and we will talk soon. All right, bye guys. Just got to find the outro. Just give me a second. Okay, let's see. Where are you, outro? Ready? Are you ready? All right. Prayers and again, hugs to Jack and Lily.